What if every drop of blood spilled across history whispered a tale so dark, so electrifying, it could ignite 1,000 nightmares? Welcome to a world where rivers run red, not just with the blood of the slain, but with the stories of ancient gods, vengeful spirits, and cursed souls. Forget bedtime stories. This is the kind of lore that turns the moon into a voyeur, peering down on the unspeakable acts committed in its silvery glare. Each culture, from the misty fjords of Scandinavia to the sun-baked deserts of Mesopotamia, has spun a web around this crimson current, wrapping it in fervent beliefs and blood-soaked rituals. Have you ever wondered why legends of blood sacrifice echo in the chambers of your mind, or why a shiver runs down your spine at the very mention of a blood moon? The answers lie hidden in the muddy banks of mythology, twisting and writhing with every question you dare to ask. Your heart races as you unearth tales of gods whose thirst for blood was only rivaled by their insatiable lust for chaos. The Aztecs? They knew the stakes. Blood was the currency of the universe. Their gods demanded it, and they delivered. But what if those ancient rites never really stopped? What if their echoes still resonate through our world, tangling our fates in a macabre dance? And why do nightmares still stalk the living? It's not just bad pizza or late-night horror flicks, it's the lingering essence of those tales, seeped into the very marrow of our beings. Like a bad hangover, it clings. You think you've left it behind, but it always finds a way to rear its ugly head when you least expect it. Remember those kids in school who told ghost stories around the campfire? They weren't just trying to scare you, they were passing down the blood-soaked legacy of humanity's primal fears. You laugh, but your pulse quickens. Don't you dare pretend you aren't fascinated. The truth is, there's something deliciously wicked about blood myths. They thrill and horrify, wrapping you in a seductive embrace you can't escape. This isn't just folklore, it's an alive, breathing entity. Each tale is a mistress of seduction, beckoning you to lean closer, to listen more intently. You feel the tension knotting in your gut, a visceral understanding that these stories transcend time. They are not merely relics, they are a mirror reflecting our darkest instincts, our most primal desires. As the shadows lengthen and the air thickens, you realize, this isn't merely history. It's a testament to survival, a blood oath between the living and the spirits that haunt them. You're left gasping, craving more, like a moth drawn to a flame. Unraveling these mysteries will cost you. Are you ready to pay the price? The river of blood calls, and it's not just a trickle, it's a torrent waiting to sweep you away. You can't turn back now. Secrets await. Secrets that could alter everything you thought you knew. Tread lightly, as the river flows, so do its secrets. Forever entwined. Forever haunting. It was the kind of night that whispered secrets, where shadows twisted like restless spirits, and the moon hung low, a glowing witness to the sins of men. I stood there, frozen, listening to the pounding of my heart, each beat a reminder of the blood that flowed through my veins, a grim legacy of sacrifice and survival. The air was thick with tension, the weight of history pressing down like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. A scream sliced through the silence, a raw, primal sound that echoed in the empty streets, a cry more ancient than time itself. There, in the flickering light of a dying lantern, stood Eloise, her face pale, eyes wild with fear, haunted by ghosts that danced just out of sight. It's not just a story, you know, she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. They crave the blood. They've always craved it. I felt the chill race down my spine, a shiver of recognition, the tales I'd brushed off as mere myths suddenly seemed to pulse with life. The blood in her words, dark and vivid, seeped into the ground beneath us, nourishing the ancient roots of our shared history. And then there was Marcus, the stoic warrior, who wore his pain like armor, heavy, unyielding. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white as he fought against the tide of memories that threatened to drown him. Blood was his currency, his birthright, and the ghosts of his ancestors whispered in his ear, urging him to remember. It's just blood, Eloise. Just blood, he spat, but even as he spoke, his voice cracked, revealing the trembling uncertainty that lay beneath the surface. He was a soldier, a protector, yet haunted by the weight of choices made long ago, decisions that had stained his hands, that had woven a tapestry of violence into the very fabric of his being. I remember the stories my mother told, Eloise continued, her voice rising above the night's chorus, a heartbeat away from madness. The sacrifices under the blood moon, the way they danced with death, how they summoned the ancient ones with crimson offerings. They believed the blood was alive, a lifeblood connecting us to the divine. She swayed, caught in a rhythm only she could hear, her gaze drifting off into the distance, seeking solace in the shadows. And yet, here we are, still bound by it, still tethered to the past. I stood between them, a witness to their unraveling, feeling the heat of their conflict blaze like fire. The air crackled with unspoken truths, invisible threads binding us in a dance as old as time. Blood was more than a mere substance, it was history, lineage, a visceral connection to all that came before. It coursed through our veins like a relentless tide, pulling us toward an inevitable confrontation with our own demons. The night deepened, and with it came the terror of the unknown. A rustle in the shadows, a glimpse of something lurking just beyond the reach of the lantern's light. "They're coming," Marcus murmured, his voice a low growl, barely contained. "The ones who demand blood." A shiver danced along my spine, a reminder of the legends that spoke of dark entities who thrived on the life force of others, always hungry, always lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness. Eloise's breath caught in her throat, eyes wide with the realization that perhaps, just perhaps, these weren't mere stories. What if they're right? What if the blood calls to them? Her words hung in the air, a chilling question that begged to be answered. What if we're meant to sacrifice our own to appease them? The moon above bore witness, casting its cold gaze upon us, blurring the lines between myth and reality, leaving us suspended in a moment of haunting contemplation. The tension mounted like a tightening noose, an electric charge that pulsed through the air, binding us together in shared dread. "I'll fight for us," Marcus declared, his voice raw and fierce, a promise forged in the fires of desperation. "I'll spill blood to protect what's ours. I won't let them take you." But the fear that gripped him, that gnawed at his insides, was palpable, a fear that even the bravest of warriors couldn't shake. The blood on his hands was a reminder of countless battles, a testament to the cost of survival. I watched as Eloise stepped closer, her hand reaching out, trembling, seeking connection in a world that felt increasingly alien. "But at what cost, Marcus? What will we become if we embrace the darkness?" Her voice was a soft plea, brushing against the edges of his resolve, the flicker of hope caught in the maelstrom of despair. "Can we truly fight against the blood that binds us? Or are we merely pawns in a game we don't understand?" As the darkness closed in, I felt the weight of our choices pressing down, an invisible chain binding us to fate. Blood was a cycle, a loop of life and death that ensnared us in its grasp, and tonight, the echoes of the past reverberated loudly, demanding recognition. I could almost hear the whispers, the cries of ancestors long gone, the laughter of children never born, the sacrifices made in the name of survival. The very essence of our existence was at stake, painted in hues of red that told a story both beautiful and grotesque. With every heartbeat, the intensity grew, an inevitable confrontation on the horizon, a reckoning that beckoned like a siren's call. We were standing at the brink, the air was thick with the promise of blood. Shadows shifted, and the night seemed to stretch and yawn, revealing glimpses of what lay ahead, an understanding that we were not just participants in this ancient dance, but vital threads woven into a tapestry of myth and reality. I could feel it, a knot tightening in my gut, the dread of knowing that our fates were intertwined, forever altered by the choices we were about to make. Would we honor the sacrifices of our ancestors, or would we become the very monsters we feared? The dark sky above held no answers, only the vast, unyielding void, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond our grasp. And as we stood there, suspended in the electric tension of the moment, I knew this was just the beginning, a circle unbroken, a bloodline yet to be fulfilled. The moon hung low, a ghostly shard of light slicing through the fog-draped trees like a knife. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, a scent so rich you could almost taste the weight of generations whispering in the shadows. I stood there, heart hammering, as the unease pooled in the pit of my stomach. I remember the first time I felt it, a gnawing sensation that burrowed deep like a parasite. The villagers had warned me, eyes wide with fear, about the blood myths, tales of forbidden rituals and dark sacrifices that clung to the night like a predator on the prowl. "Don't go into the woods after dusk," they said, voices trembling. But curiosity dripped like wax from a candle, and I was drawn in, fascinated, repulsed, and utterly helpless. I remember the way the stories twisted and turned at the edges of my mind, pulsing like a heartbeat. They were more than tales, they were warnings wrapped in history, tinged with the blood of those who had come before. In the heart of that suffocating darkness, I felt the presence of my brother, Eli. He was a storm, always restless, always yearning for something beyond the mundane. Yet here he was, trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn gale. The weight of our childhood hung between us, a tapestry woven from laughter and grief. "What if it's true?" he whispered, searching my face for reassurance. But even I wasn't sure. My own heart was a battlefield, torn between reason and the growing dread settling in my bones. "Blood myths," I murmured, feeling the words tear at my throat like shards of glass. "They're just stories, right?" But as I spoke, I sensed the tremor in my voice, the crack that echoed our uncertainty. The flickering shadows whispered back, taunting, twisting the very fabric of our reality. I could feel the stories crawling out from the depths, ready to consume us. Each tale was a ghost, floating into view, a girl in a white dress luring men to their doom, a dark figure lurking just beyond the fire's glow. I could hear the whispers of the past, a cacophony of laughter turning to screams. The myths were not merely relics, they were warnings etched in blood, symbols of the chaos that lurked just outside the boundaries of our lives. And then there was Mara, a girl whose laughter lit up the dimmest corners of our world. She had a smile that could melt ice, but behind those eyes danced shadows. I remember how she would tuck her hair behind her ear, an unconscious act filled with 1,000 unspoken fears. Her own family was shrouded in the lore of the past, haunted by a legacy of darkness that threatened to pull her under. "I don't want this," she had said, the tremor in her voice echoing our collective dread. "I want to be free." But freedom came with a price. The myths demanded sacrifice, and we were trapped in their web, the pounding of our hearts matching the rhythm of a forgotten drumming, a summoning from the void. And in that moment, amid the chilling silence, I felt the gravity of our choices pressing down on us like a leaden sky. The forest rustled around us, alive with the stirring of unseen eyes, and I sensed the tension crackling in the air, electric, potent. "Do you believe?" Eli's voice trembled like a candle flame caught in a gust. I looked at him, seeing the boy he used to be, the boy who had once chased shadows with laughter, and I felt the tears prick my eyes. "I don't know, Eli. I don't know." The uncertainty hung heavy, a shroud woven from threads of fear and disbelief. Mara glanced at me, her gaze filled with a fierce hunger for the truth, and with it, the longing to escape the suffocating grip of our past. But what lay ahead? What price would we pay for the truth? The shadows thickened, wrapping around us like a noose, and I could feel the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of its secret soaking into our skin. The night was alive, charged with an energy that pulsed through the air like a dark symphony. I could hear the whispers of the myths, echoing through the trees. Blood, sacrifice, ancient rites, it was a chant, rhythmic and haunting, a call to arms from the depths of our history. It sank deep into my soul, igniting a fire of fear and fascination. We stood on the precipice, and a chill ran down my spine. Were we mere pawns in a game far older than ourselves? Eli took a step forward, eyes locked on the dense underbrush as if daring it to devour him whole. "We have to know," he said, voice fierce with determination, but I saw the flicker of fear behind his bravado. Before I could respond, the shadows shifted, and an inhuman growl echoed through the night. My heart seized. The forest breathed deeply, and the taste of dread was thick, suffocating, like a shroud wrapped around our throats. Suddenly, we were no longer just spectators of the myths, we had become part of them, and the stakes were higher than we could ever comprehend. Mara moved closer, her breath warm against the chill of the night, a spark of defiance igniting in her core. "We're stronger together," she whispered, but her voice quivered, and I could sense her own fear mingling with the chaos surrounding us. In that moment, we were bound by something far greater, an unyielding connection forged in the fire of our shared dread. As the growl echoed again, the darkness felt alive, it curled around us, hungry and insatiable. And beneath it all, the blood myth stirred, ready to unveil their terrifying truths. We were trapped in a timeless loop, spiraling toward a confrontation that would change everything. I could still hear them, the stories weaving their way into our consciousness, urging us forward into the unknown. The boundaries blurred, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. It was a call to arms, a reminder that legends never die, and the night was pregnant with the promises of darkness. The air crackled with energy, and I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. Every heartbeat echoed through the silence, vibrating in time with the pulse of the earth. We were standing on the edge, and behind us lay a past steeped in blood, a past that would not let go. I remember the moment vividly, the way the forest held its breath, the way time twisted and turned like a knife. And as we stepped deeper into that shadowy abyss, I felt the blood myths awakening, eager to reclaim their place in the world. The air grew heavy with uncertainty, and the dance of fate began, a terrifying waltz full of dreams, memories, and the inevitable confrontation that awaited us all. The sun hung low, a molten eye bleeding crimson shadows over the jagged horizon. I stood on the bank of the Tigris, heart racing, the air heavy with the scent of sweat and despair. Nearby, the river twisted and turned, a serpent of blood, whispering secrets only the dead could understand. I could almost hear their voices, echoing in the ripples, a serenade of lost hopes, of dreams drowned in the currents. Eli, my brother, knelt beside me, his hands trembling as he cupped water in his palms. His face was drawn, hollowed out by grief, and I hated him for it. "It feels wrong," he murmured, his voice a broken melody. "The river shouldn't be this color." But it was, every inch, a testament to our family's unraveling. Blood flowed in the waters, red and unforgiving, a reminder of the village that had risen and fallen like the sun, only to be swallowed by the earth. I remembered my mother's laughter, a sound like wind chimes dancing in the breeze. I remembered how she used to bring us to this very spot, the three of us, Eli, myself, and our sister, Lila. But Lila was gone now, taken by the plague that swept through our town like a cruel thief in the night. Her absence was a gaping wound, festering in the corners of our hearts. The river had claimed her, too, just as it claimed the lives of so many others. I could still see her smile, hear her voice echoing in my mind, a ghost that taunted me as I stood at the edge of despair. "This was home," I said, my voice thick with the weight of memories. "How could it turn into this?" The river answered me with a mocking silence, a cruel lullaby that sent shivers down my spine. Eli's gaze drifted downstream, where a dark shape bobbed, caught in the reeds. "It's a body," he whispered, his voice barely above the rustle of the breeze. That word, body, felt like ice coursing through my veins. I didn't want to look, but my eyes betrayed me, drawn toward the horror that lurked just beneath the surface. A flash of white skin twisted in the current, a reminder of our mortality, our fragility against the inevitable tide. I turned away, nausea swirling in my stomach. "We should go back," I stammered, desperate to escape the haunting sight. But Eli, driven by an unseen force, took a step closer to the water's edge. "We can't leave them," he said, his voice shaking. "I can't bear to see it." I shot back, the fear clawing at my chest like a ravenous beast. "What if it's someone we know?" "Someone we know," he repeated bitterly, as if the words were spitting flames. "That's the point, isn't it? We can pretend all we want, but they're all gone. We're the last of us." The air grew thick, heavy with the weight of our shared sorrow. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath us, the Tigris and Euphrates, blood rivers, witnesses to our pain. I closed my eyes, wishing for the warmth of the sun to wash away the chill, wishing for something, anything, to pull us back into the light. But as I breathed in the acrid scent of decay, I knew we were trapped in a nightmare of our own making. Then came the laughter. High and shrill, echoing through the trees like a banshee's wail. It came from the other side of the river, shadowy figures dancing in the twilight. Mischievous spirits, perhaps, or a band of desperate souls who had lost everything. I turned to look, and there they were, faces smeared with clay and ash, eyes glimmering with a feral light. They wore crowns of reeds and flowers, mocking the dead with their sinister joy. "Look, it's the children of the river," one of them cried out, voice dripping with mockery. "Come, brothers and sisters, come and join us. The waters are waiting." A gasp escaped my lips, dread curling around my heart. They danced as if the world around them were a stage, but the play was one of suffering, an ode to the fallen. We turned, Eli and I, the siblings bound by blood and terror, and fled from that cursed spot, the river's laughter echoing behind us. The ground felt uneven beneath our feet, the air thick with the scent of earth and rot. I could still see the shadow of the body, twisted and lifeless, haunting me as we stumbled away. "Why are they like that?" I asked, breathless, the panic rising like bile in my throat. "I don't know," Eli replied, his voice strained. "Maybe they've lost their minds, or maybe they're just too far gone to feel it anymore." He paused, glancing back at the river. "They're celebrating death, while we're left to mourn." I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, but it lodged there, a cruel reminder of the void left in our hearts. That night, as the stars blinked into existence, I lay awake on the dirt floor of our crumbling home, listening to the sounds of a world that had turned against us. The tigress murmured like a lover, always calling, always drawing me in. I felt the weight of time pressing down, the realization that I was caught in a cycle of pain and loss, of laughter and tears, of life and death. I remembered Lila's laughter, her bright eyes dancing like stars against the night sky. I remembered Eli's fierce protectiveness, his burning need to shield me from the darkness that clawed at our doorstep. But now, there was only silence, a silence so loud it drowned out everything else. The rivers continued to flow, red and relentless, carrying with them the ghosts of our past, the weight of our sorrow. And in that moment, standing on the precipice of grief and love, I realized we were bound to the blood rivers of Mesopotamia, forever intertwined in their dark embrace, asking questions that would never be answered, chasing shadows that would never let us go. The moon hangs high, a ghostly sentinel over the Nile, its silvered light rippling across the water, whispering promises and decay. I stand at the riverbank, heart pounding in my chest, the pulse of the world echoing through the night. A child screams in the distance, a sound that cuts through the stillness like a knife. My breath catches, a thin thread of panic binding me to this moment. The Nile flows, unyielding, a serpent of life, and yet beneath its surface lies a graveyard, a testament to countless souls, those who have danced in the light and those who have succumbed to darkness. Mary is there, her silhouette framed by the flickering torches, her eyes reflecting the fire's glow, fierce and unyielding. Her spirit, once vibrant as the golden sun, now flickers with the doubt of 1,000 defeated hopes. "You don't understand," she shouts, her voice a raw edge, ripping through the fabric of our shared torment. Every day, the flood comes, and with it, the memories of those we've lost. Each wave is a ghost, crashing against the shore, bringing their whispers, their pain. The Nile, with its eternal flow, sculpts the land, carving out lives and erasing them, a cycle of life and death that haunts us. I remember my father, the way he would laugh, his voice booming like thunder as he recounted tales of Osiris, the god who fell, who died, and yet rose again from the depths. "In the end, there is rebirth," he'd say, his eyes twinkling with a wisdom born of grief. But now, it feels like a lie, the kind of lie you tell a child to ease their nightmares. Because here, among the reeds, death feels like an uninvited guest, lurking in the shadows. Jeb, Mary's brother, stands beside her, drenched in the stench of fear and anger. The weight of their family's tragedy hangs heavy in the air, an invisible anchor dragging us into despair. "You want to speak of the river's bounty?" Jeb snarls, the words escaping his lips like venom. "What bounty? The Nile gives only to take. It has taken our father, it has taken our peace. You can't pretend it is a mother when it is a grave." He, too, is a vessel of pain, a reflection of the Nile's duality, a man torn between his love for the land and the rage it has wrought. I feel the tension between them, a fraying wire threatening to snap. Each word is a strike, a battle in a war that rages silently, beneath the surface. Jeb's fists clench, his body taut with the anger of the ages, while Mary's eyes blaze with defiance. The river does not choose, she insists, her voice rising, desperate to breach the divide. It flows for all, for life and death alike. If we do not honor those we've lost, we risk losing ourselves. Her breath hitches, and for a moment, she wavers, the raw weight of her grief spilling into the air, thick and suffocating. I stand there, a silent observer, caught in the whirlpool of their emotions, the shadows of the past threatening to pull me under. I remember the dreams that haunted me, visions of a lush green world, vibrant and alive, with a Nile glittering ribbon weaving through it. But then there were others, darker dreams, drenched in blood and sorrow, where the river churned red, choking on the memories of the dead. The contrast is unbearable, a reminder of how fleeting life is, how quickly the tide can turn. Suddenly, thunder rumbles in the distance, an echo of the Nile's wrath. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of rain, mingling with the decay of the past. Mary shudders, her breath hitching as she glances at the sky, the storm approaching like a beast, hungry and relentless. "We must find the amulet of Osiris," she cries, the urgency in her voice piercing the thickening air. "It is said to bring life back to the land. It can heal what the river has taken." But Jeb scoffs, the sound bitter on his lips. "And what if it does not? What if we are only chasing shadows?" His doubt, like a creeping vine, wraps around our hearts, suffocating the flicker of hope. "You think this trinket can change our fate? Look around. The river is a cycle of hunger. What it gives, it demands in return." The air thickens, and I feel it, the pull of the river, the ancient magic thrumming beneath its surface, whispering of promises and sacrifices. I can almost see the ghostly figures of the past, their faces etched in sorrow, watching us, judging us. "We are the children of this land," I say, my voice trembling, caught between fear and defiance. "We must try. We cannot let the river claim us without a fight." As the first drops of rain begin to fall, the ground thirsty for life, we stand at the precipice. The Nile is alive, a tempest of emotion swirling within its depths. The three of us, entangled in our grief, our hopes, and our fears, are mere mortals against the vastness of time and nature. The storm brews, the wind howls, and the river waits, its flow eternal, a reminder of the cycle we cannot escape. In this moment, I feel the weight of destiny, the ache of every lost soul, the promise of rebirth hanging in the air, tantalizingly close yet heartbreakingly distant. The rage, the hope, the despair, it all converges here, at the banks of the Nile, where life, death, and resurrection intertwine, and I know, deep down, that this is only the beginning. The river will continue its course, and so must we, drawn into the current of existence, forever flowing, forever yearning. The evening sky bleeds into twilight, hues of crimson and indigo spilling over the horizon, casting a shroud of beauty and foreboding. The air is thick with the scent of burning incense, a heady mix of sandalwood and ash. Each breath feels like a prayer, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives intertwined in this sacred space, where the Ganges swells and whispers secrets to the stars. I stand at the edge of the river, my feet sinking into the muddy bank, the chill of the water lapping at my ankles, a jolt of reality amidst the ethereal. Here, in this moment, I feel the pulse of the universe, the weight of generations, and the ache of unfulfilled dreams. Beside me stands Arjun, his face a storm of confusion and longing. His mother is ill, and he clings to hope like a fraying thread. "If I can just get her to the river," he mutters, voice taut as a bowstring, "the waters will cleanse her soul." Each word drips with desperation, a plea that reverberates in my chest. The Ganges is not just water, it is salvation, a promise of rebirth that dances tantalizingly beyond his reach. I remember my own mother, how she used to laugh as she splashed in the shallow waters, her joy echoing through the reeds, and yet I feel the jagged edge of loss, the bitter aftertaste of memories that slip through my fingers like grains of sand. "Arjun," I say, my voice barely a whisper, crushed under the weight of his desire. The river's allure is powerful, but it does not heed our wishes. It takes as much as it gives. I see the fire flicker in his eyes, the stubborn pride that refuses to bow to reason. He is a reflection of my own conflict, our shared humanity wrapped in the tender cocoon of hope and despair. As he steps closer to the water, the shadows from the trees stretch, reaching out like the fingers of fate, both inviting and ominous. Nearby, Sita kneels, her fingers tracing delicate patterns in the mud, a ritual as old as time. Each stroke is a prayer for her father, lost to the river's depths when the monsoons raged. I watch her, entranced, as sorrow clings to her like a tattered shawl. "They say he is with the river now," she murmurs, almost to herself. "That he listens to the currents, guiding boats to safety." but her eyes are hollow, a testament to the aching void left behind. I ache to comfort her, but words are useless, emotions too raw to dress in platitudes. Do you believe it? I ask, though I fear the answer. She looks up, and for a moment, time fractures. The Ganges, sacred, revered, a channel of rebirth, looms large behind her. What choice do we have? Her voice is steadier than I expect, a flicker of strength igniting within her weariness. We must believe. It is all we have left. There's a fierce conviction in her words, an irrefutable truth that sends shivers down my spine. The river holds the promise of purification, yet it also claims lives, a duality that thrums with every ripple. And in that moment, the sky darkens, the wind shifts, and the air thickens with anticipation. A sense of impending doom settles over the gathering crowd, faces illuminated by flames dancing in the darkness. The festival of Kumbh Mela is alive, a tapestry of devotion, but beneath the surface, an undercurrent of fear bubbles, whispering of tragedy. The Ganges is mercurial, a fickle goddess who smiles and weeps. Her waters can carry you to enlightenment or drag you into the depths of despair. Arjun's hand trembles as he reaches for Sita, a fragile connection forged in shared grief. We must go to the water, he insists, the urgency in his voice rising like the tide. It's our only chance. I see the glimmer of uncertainty in Sita's eyes, the pull of hope battling against the weight of reality. But what if, she begins, but the words die on her lips, swallowed by the roar of the crowd, the cacophony of prayers rising like smoke into the night. I remember the stories my mother told me as a child, tales echoing with laughter and tears. She spoke of the Ganges as a mother, embracing her children in her currents. But now, as I stand on the precipice of a decision, the river feels like a siren, beautiful yet dangerous, a promise wrapped in shadows. The tension crackles around us, electric, as if the universe is holding its breath. There's a moment of stillness that feels like an eternity, and then suddenly, chaos erupts. A child cries out, a lantern tilts, and flames dance dangerously close to the dry grass. People surge forward, driven by instinct, by tradition, by a desperate need to connect with the divine. Arjun pulls Sita towards the river, and I follow, heart pounding, caught in the relentless tide of humanity. We reach the water's edge, where the moonlight casts silver ripples across the surface, shimmering like 1,000 lost souls. Arjun kneels, cupping the cool liquid in his palms, whispering a prayer to the currents. Please, he implores, desperation spilling from every syllable. Bring her back to us. I watch, breathless, as hope battles against the weight of despair, an eternal struggle reflected in the depths of the Ganges. In that moment, time stretches, bends, and warps. I can feel the pulse of the river, its ancient song echoing through my veins. The stories of life and death swirl around us, weaving a tapestry of existence that binds us all. I remember my own fears, my own desires, and I realize we are all seeking the same thing, the cycle of rebirth, the promise of connection, the longing to believe in something greater than ourselves. As the flames crackle behind us and the crowd swells, a shadow flickers across the water. The Ganges whispers secrets as the night deepens, and I feel the weight of history pressing down, a reminder of those who have come before, of the countless souls who have sought solace in her embrace. We are all just echoes, reflections yearning to be understood, to be loved. And as I look at Arjun and Sita, I know this moment is only the beginning, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our lives. The river flows on, relentless and eternal, carrying with it the weight of our hopes and fears, a reminder that even in despair, there is a flicker of light, a chance for rebirth. The river throbbed beneath a moonless sky, a dark vein pulsating with the memories of lost souls. It whispered secrets only the shadows understood, each ripple a heartbeat echoing through the dense, suffocating jungle, where the air was thick with tension, a tension that sparked like electricity on a stormy night. I stood on the bank, breath caught in my throat, listening to the water rush with a fury that felt both terrifying and beautiful, like the roaring of a distant beast ready to claim its next victim. In that moment, I could almost see her, Seraphina, her silhouette haunting the surface like a ghost, forever dancing beyond my reach. Seraphina, headstrong and fierce, with eyes that glimmered like obsidian, was a force of nature herself. The river had always called to her, a siren song that lured her deeper into its embrace. Yet now, as the sun set and shadows crept like phantoms, I feared she had gone too far. I remembered the stories her grandmother told, the blood of the ancestors running through the water, mingling with the spirits of the forest. They warned of the darkness that lived beneath, a darkness that fed on the brave and the foolish alike. The clattering of branches tore me from my thoughts, and there was Tomos, wild-eyed and panting, desperation etched into the lines of his face. He was a friend caught in his own storm, struggling against the currents of his past, his heart heavy with guilt that anchored him like a stone. "She's gone, Miguel." "She's gone," he gasped, words spilling from his lips like the river's flow, chaotic, uncontrolled, yet undeniably urgent. The words sank into me, twisting like roots digging into soft earth. My heart raced, not just for Serafina, but for the weight of our history that lingered like a thick fog. Tomos was no stranger to loss. He had lost his brother to the river, an accident whispered about in hushed tones, but the truth was gnawing. The river swallowed him whole, and with him, Tomos's spirit fractured, a mirror shattered on the jungle floor. "She followed the spirits," he continued, urgency rising in his voice. "She believes they're calling her. You know how she is." The anger in his tone faltered, replaced by something raw and fragile. I knew he loved her, but love in this place was tangled with fear, a twisting vine that could choke you if you didn't tread carefully. "I remember," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper against the roar of the river. "I remember the way she spoke about them, her dreams filled with visions of the ancestors, their faces dancing in the firelight. Each memory felt like a thread, weaving us into a tapestry of anguish and hope, a story not yet finished but hanging by a fragile thread." "Let's go," Tomos urged, eyes wide with panic. "We have to find her before what? Before the river consumed her? Before the spirits took her?" The air felt electric, and I could feel the weight of the night closing in around us, pressing against my chest. The jungle held its breath, and so did we, listening for a sound, a sign, a voice, anything that might guide us through the darkness. The trees loomed, twisted and gnarled, their limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers. Shadows danced, flickering with the memories of those who had come before, the cries of the ones who had vanished into the depths unnoticed. I felt the chill of their gaze, the echoes of their stories haunting me. They were the ones who had fought for their land, their culture, their very existence. All were drowned in the relentless flow, their blood mixing with the water. Tomos took a step forward, his feet sinking into the mud, and for a fleeting moment, I saw his brother's face flash before him, a specter of a past he could never escape. "I can't do this again, Miguel," he confessed, his voice trembling. The vulnerability in him cracked me open, and I wanted to reach out, to pull him from the brink, but I too was teetering on the edge. "I remember," I said again, the words spilling out, "the last time I stood by the river, the night you called me here, the moonlight making it shimmer like a promise." My words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of nostalgia, a longing for simpler times when we believed we could conquer the darkness. Tomos turned, anger flaring back to life. "This isn't about the past. This is about now." But wasn't it? Every moment bled into the next, memories intertwining like roots beneath the surface. Each heartbeat echoed the struggle of our ancestors, each breath a reminder of the spirits still roaming, tethered to the river like restless ghosts, seeking justice, or perhaps vengeance. Then, a sound, a splash, distant but unmistakable. My heart seized, it came from the depths, from where Serafina had gone. "This way," I urged, and together we plunged into the darkness, our fears trailing behind like shadows, heavy and suffocating. As we navigated through the dense undergrowth, the jungle swallowed our voices, the cacophony of nocturnal life rising up to drown us in its symphony. The air was thick with humidity, clinging to our skin, and my pulse quickened. With every step, the weight of history pressed down upon us, scars of those who had vanished into the river, their spirits still searching for peace, for remembrance. I reached out to Tomos, grasping his shoulder to steady him, to steady myself. "We will find her," I promised, but even as the words left my lips, I felt the tremor of doubt. What if we didn't? What if the river claimed her like it had claimed so many before? What if all we had to offer, the love, the memories, the laughter, was not enough to fight the tide of despair that threatened to swallow everything. The river was alive, its currents pulsing with a restless energy, and with it, I felt the spirit stir, ancient, powerful, demanding. What had Seraphina awakened in her folly? What spirits had she roused from their eternal slumber? Each question sent icy fingers crawling up my spine, bringing with it the realization that we were not merely searching for her, we were stepping into a world beyond our understanding, a confrontation with forces that had long since eclipsed ordinary life. The jungle whispered around us, alive with danger and mystery, as we pushed deeper into its embrace. The river's roar grew louder, a cacophony of heartbeats, each thump a reminder that we were running out of time. There was no turning back now. I could feel the pull of the river, a siren call that thrummed in my veins, urging me closer, closer to the edge of the abyss. And somewhere, within that dark, swirling flow, Seraphina waited, caught between the worlds, a flickering light in the consuming darkness. We were on the brink, teetering, and the shadows loomed larger than ever, ready to consume us both. Our fate intertwined with hers, the river's pulse became our own, and we dove into the depths, hearts racing, not knowing what awaited us, yet driven by love, fear, and the haunting melodies of those who had come before. Here, in the heart of the Amazon, we were lost, yet found, bound by blood, spirit, and the unyielding legacies of our ancestors. The air hung thick with a foreboding silence, like the moment just before lightning splits the sky. Shadows danced, flickering in the dim glow of ancient torches, casting figures that seemed more like ghosts than living souls. I felt it in my bones, a chill that tugged at memories long buried, memories tangled with loss and regret, memories that surged forth like a tide, relentless and unforgiving. Karen stood at the edge of the river Styx, his oar resting against the boat's worn hull, eyes like twin pits of darkness, absorbing the light around him. "You come here," he rasped, voice as rough as gravel. "You seek passage, yes." His gaze bore through me, stripping away layers of pretense, exposing the raw, trembling heart beneath. Fear prickled at the nape of my neck, but there was no turning back now. Not after what had happened. "Please," I whispered, my throat constricted as I clutched the frayed hem of my cloak. The weight of my heart felt like stone, pressing down, a relentless gravity. I needed to reach the other side, to confront the echoes of the past that haunted my every waking moment. Memories of her, the laughter, the warmth, gone, swallowed by the abyss of time. Beside me stood Ilara, her face pale, framed by dark curls that framed haunted eyes. She was a whisper of a woman, strong yet fragile, her spirit marred by battles fought in silence. "You don't have to do this," she murmured, her voice trembling, a fragile thread in the vast tapestry of despair. I could see the fear etched on her features, fear not just for me but for herself. She too had lost someone whose name hung between us, unspoken yet suffocating. "I can't leave her there," I replied, the words tearing from my lips like a wounded animal, raw and desperate. "I won't." It was a promise, a vow echoed in the chambers of my heart. The river surged before us, dark and foreboding, a void that beckoned with whispers of the lost. Karen shifted, the weight of ages settling on his shoulders as he gestured to the boat, its weathered wood a testament to countless souls who had traversed this realm. "One coin," he intoned, his voice echoing like a funeral dirge. "No coin, no passage." I fumbled in my pocket, fingers trembling as I produced the tarnished drachma, its surface cool and lifeless, yet somehow imbued with the essence of my love. Ilara's brow furrowed, her mind racing through the possibilities. "We could find another way," she insisted, desperation lacing her tone. But I shook my head, the weight of my resolve solid. "No. She deserves this. I owe her this." A heartbeat passed, the river swirling with darkness, a ceaseless current that mirrored the chaos inside me. The water lapped against the shore with a soft, sinister murmur, like a lover's whispered secrets, coaxing me into the depths. "I remember," I said, almost to myself, the way she used to laugh, like music spilling from her lips, unrestrained and free. Memories flared in vivid bursts, her smile, the way the sun would catch in her hair, illuminating her like a goddess. I remember, I closed my eyes, allowing the grief to wash over me, heavy and unyielding, threatening to drag me under. Ilara stepped closer, her hand brushing against mine, grounding me in the storm. "You're not alone," she said softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Whatever you find on the other side, I'll be here. I promise." Her words wrapped around me like a lifeline, yet they also unnerved me. What if I didn't return? What if I lost her too? The boat creaked as I stepped aboard, the wooden planks groaning under the weight of my sorrow. Karen pushed away from the shore, the oar slicing through the inky water, parting the dark like a knife through flesh. The river shivered, as if alive, shadows reaching for me with skeletal fingers, grappling for my very soul. The air thickened, suffocating, a cacophony of despair that pulled me deeper into an abyss I had only glimpsed in nightmares. "What awaits you?" Karen asked, a shadow of curiosity flickering in his eyes, though his tone remained as flat as the water beneath us. "What do you hope to find?" "Closure," I gasped, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. "I need to say goodbye." But what if goodbye meant letting go? What if it severed the last frayed ties binding her to me? I pressed my lips together, biting back the swell of emotions threatening to drown me. Ilara's hand was still on my arm, warm and steady, but I could feel her fear radiating from her, a silent plea for me to reconsider, to turn back before it was too late. As we traversed the Styx, the landscape shifted. The mist thickened, swirling around us like a funeral shroud, concealing the phantoms of the damned, their wails echoing in the distance, a symphony of sorrow that pierced the heart. I could see them now, faces etched in agony, trapped in an eternal limbo, shadows of lives unlived, dreams unfulfilled. The deeper we went, the more I felt the weight of my own sins pressing down, a suffocating reminder that the river wasn't just a passage, it was a reckoning. Each stroke of Karen's oar drew me closer to the brink of my own darkness, where the truth of loss and love merged into a singular, unbearable reality. I remember, I started again, my voice breaking, desperation spilling over. I remember her eyes, how they sparkled like stars, how she believed in the impossible, how she believed in me. The boat glided towards a fog-cloaked shore, the darkness whispering promises of what lay beyond. My heart raced, anticipation and dread mingling into a potent cocktail of hope and despair. I was almost there. Almost ready to confront the specter of my past, to face the love that had slipped through my fingers like sand. Ilara's grip tightened, grounding me, but I could feel her slipping away, the very air between us thickening with unspoken words. The river's edge loomed closer, and as it did, I realized something profound. The journey across the Styx was not just about crossing a threshold, it was about unraveling the threads of my own soul, a confrontation with the shadows that haunted me, the pain that refused to fade. The river surged beneath us, shadows flickering like starlight swallowed by storm clouds, and I steeled myself for what awaited, knowing there would be no turning back. Time was ticking, relentless and unforgiving, each moment a heartbeat closer to an end, or perhaps, a beginning. The air was thick with dread, every breath a delicate whisper of despair, as I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs. Flickering torches cast frantic shadows that danced like specters on the damp stone walls, and in the center of the chamber, the altar loomed, a monolith of despair. Blood dripped from its sides, pooling like dark memories, each drop a testament to sacrifices made, to lives extinguished without second thought. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, thrumming with the ancient rhythm of the rituals that had twisted and turned through time, echoing in the marrow of my bones. Xolotl, my brother, knelt before the altar, bare and vulnerable, his chest rising and falling in shallow gasps, panic threatening to consume him whole. He was not just another offering, he was my blood, my flesh, caught in the web of tradition spun by a civilization that demanded more than mere reverence. I could see the fear in his wide eyes, a reflection of my own dread mirrored back, two souls grappling with the weight of expectations, the burden of sacrifice. "I remember the stories," he whispered, voice cracking like fragile glass. "I remember the water that flowed like tears, cleansing us before the blade." As he spoke, the reality of our plight crashed over me like a tidal wave. Water, the giver of life, twisted into an object of sacrifice, a cruel irony that soaked into the very fabric of our existence. It was said that the gods craved this offering, a deluge of crimson to quench their insatiable thirst. I had always thought of water as a cleansing force, but now it felt like a merciless shackle, binding us to tradition steeped in terror. "Xolotl," I said, my voice low and thick, "we can escape this." The words came out like smoke, rising and dissipating into the air, but I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a candle struggling against a tempest. The priests, wrapped in their ceremonial garb, moved like shadows, silent, looming, inevitable. Their faces were masks of determination, yet their eyes glinted with something darker, a hunger that sent chills racing down my spine. In the distance, the sound of drums began to beat, a slow, rhythmic thrum that pulsed through the air like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Each beat echoed the cries of those who had come before us, the sacrifices made in the name of a deific order that demanded not just blood, but the essence of life itself. I could feel the beat drawing closer, wrapping around me, suffocating me, a noose made of sound and dread. "Remember the river," Xolotl murmured, his voice a fragile thread in the storm. The water that flowed through our village, sparkling like stars beneath the sun. It was there, among the reeds, I felt free. I could dream. I clutched the talisman hanging around my neck, a simple stone, rough and unyielding. It was our mother's last gift, a symbol of protection that felt more like a curse. "We can run," I insisted, desperation lacing my words like poison. "The river flows still, we can slip away into the night." But even as I spoke, the weight of the ancient rituals began to wrap around us, an iron grip we could not escape. The priests, their chants rising in fervor, became a symphony of despair. I could see them now, their faces twisted in ecstatic devotion, as if they were the very harbingers of death. Their eyes gleamed with the reflection of the torches, a sickly light that caught on the metallic glint of the obsidian blades they wielded. "Do you think they care?" Xolotl spat, his voice rising in anger, tinged with hopelessness. "To them, we are nothing but offerings, pawns on a game board of blood." The truth sliced through me, raw and jagged. I felt the tremors of fear rising like bile, a surge that threatened to choke me. The waters of our past, the innocence of our childhood, washed away in the currents of time, leaving us stranded in a place of unimaginable terror. I could almost hear the whispers of the rivers, the echo of laughter long past, as if they too mourned the loss of what we once were. "Xolotl, please," I breathed, trying to reach him through the haze of fear. "We have to fight this, to break free from their chains." But even as I spoke, the reality of our situation weighed heavy, a dark shroud enveloping us. The priests began to circle, chanting louder, their voices rising into an unholy crescendo, demanding the sacrifice that had been foretold. I could see the glint of obsidian in the torchlight, a blade that promised release, but also eternal night. And then, in that moment, I felt the shift. My heart raced, pounding in sync with the drums, the very essence of my being pulled toward the altar. The price of our lives weighed heavily on my shoulders, and I knew I could not let this happen. Not to my brother. Not to us. No. I yelled, my voice cutting through the suffocating air like a jagged knife. The priests halted, their chants faltering. I stepped forward, defiance coursing through me like wildfire. "You cannot take him." Xolotl's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and admiration flickering across his face. The weight of tradition, the burden of sacrifice, met the fierce fire of love and rebellion. But before I could move, the world tilted, and I heard the rush of water in my ears, a distant roar that pulled at me, begging me to remember. The river, the memories, the freedom of flowing with the current instead of against it. It was then I realized, the water we had feared, the blood that stained the altar, was not just an offering, it was a lifeline, a thread that tied our fates to the cosmos. And in that moment, standing at the precipice of despair, I understood the depth of our plight. We were not mere sacrifices, we were the essence of life itself, the embodiment of dreams and memories. The priests resumed their chants, a cacophony of despair, but now I could feel the pulse of the river thrumming in my veins, a fierce reminder that we were still alive, still fighting. I turned to Xolotl, the determination blazing in my chest, ready to reclaim our lives from the shadows that loomed. The water was calling, the blood was flowing, and together, we would break the cycle or drown trying. And as the drums played on, the night stretched infinitely before us, holding within it the promise of rebellion, of life forged anew. The river roared as it collided with the rocks, a symphony of chaos that mirrored the turmoil in my chest. I stood on the bank, the mud sinking beneath my feet, a shiver racing up my spine as the wind whispered ancient stories. My heart pounded like a drum, echoing the pulse of 100 ancestors woven into the currents. "Where are you?" I shouted into the wild, my voice swallowed whole by the tumultuous waters, hope clawing at my throat. The river had always been a lifeline, a tether to the past, but now it felt like a void, a chasm threatening to consume me. A figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the fading light, a woman, her face a mask of desperation. Z. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were pools of worry. "Io," she cried, her voice trembling like the leaves around us. "We have to find him before it's too late." The urgency in her tone sent a jolt through me, the very air thick with dread. I remember the stories they told us, the river of life, the bloodlines that flow within it. If we don't save him, those bloodlines will wither away. I could feel the weight of history in her words, the burden of our ancestors heavy on my shoulders. The river was more than water, it was the lifeblood of our people, a sacred connection to those who walked before us. But in that moment, it felt like a curse, a reminder of the doom that awaited us if we failed. Memories flashed before my eyes, bright and vivid, my father's stories by the fire, the way he spoke of the river as if it were a living entity, a guardian of our lineage. "It will always remember us," he had said. "We are the echoes of its flow." But now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows long and foreboding, I could only see the darkness creeping into our lives. "What if he's already with them?" I whispered, the thought chilling me to the bone. "What if we're too late?" Zoe took a step closer, grasping my arm with a fierceness that belied her small stature. "No. Do not think like that. We will not become shadows like our ancestors in the river. We will fight." Her determination ignited something within me, a flicker of hope that battled against the fear wrapping its tendrils around my heart. I remembered my grandmother's voice, a soft lullaby in the darkest of nights, the river cradles those who dare to dream. But as we pushed deeper into the forest, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth and the weight of unspoken fears. Each step felt like a pact with the past, the haunting whispers of our ancestors trailing behind us. They were spirits, guardians of the river, and I could feel their presence like a chill down my spine. "What do you want from us?" I called out, half expecting an answer in the rustle of leaves or the swaying of branches. In the distance, the river twisted and turned, a serpent of life and death, its waters glistening like blood under the moonlight. "Io, listen!" Zay pulled me back to reality, her voice fierce against the encroaching night. "You know the myths. The river flows with the essence of our ancestors. If we reach him before dawn, we can pull him from its grasp. But what if we were not meant to pull him back? What if he had already become part of it, the river swallowing his essence into its eternal embrace?" My breath hitched as I remembered the stories of lost souls trapped beneath the surface, their cries echoing through the ages. "What if he doesn't want to come back?" Ziwi's eyes narrowed, the fire within her refusing to flicker. "He's our brother, Io. He needs us. The river may hold our bloodlines, but it cannot sever the ties of love." And with that, we plunged into the darkness, hearts racing, adrenaline surging. Each step was a rebellion against fate, a defiance against the crushing weight of inevitability. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, the moon casting eerie shadows that danced along the path, leading us deeper into the forest's embrace. Suddenly, a piercing wail sliced through the night, a sound so raw, so agonizing, it sent shivers racing down my spine. "That's him!" I gasped, urgency flooding my veins. We ran faster, the river's roar echoing like a heartbeat, quickening in tempo, an ominous rhythm that pulsed through the earth. Then, we reached the edge, the water swirling in a chaotic frenzy, its surface alive with dark secrets. I could see him, Kofi, struggling against the current, his body thrashing amidst invisible hands that grasped and pulled, luring him into the depths. "Kofi!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. "Hold on!" But the river answered, its voice a low growl, a reminder that it was both cradle and grave. Zui stepped forward, her heart a drum, steady and unyielding. I remember when we were children, playing by its banks, she shouted, her voice fierce enough to cut through the chaos. You taught me to swim, to respect its power. Fight, Kofi. Fight for us. The water churned violently as if the river itself were responding to her plea, its waves crashing like thunder. The air was electric, thick with the tension of the moment, an unspoken battle between life and death, past and present, love and loss. I reached for him, my fingers grazing the surface, almost feeling his presence, the warmth of his spirit battling against the cold grip of the river. Remember the stories, Kofi. Remember the blood that binds us. I cried, my heart hammering in my chest, every beat a prayer, every breath a plea. Time seemed to stretch, the world around us fading, it was just us, three souls intertwined in chaos. The river roared, but in its roar, I could hear the echoes of our ancestors, a chorus of voices urging us to fight, to remember, to hold on. And as the moon hung heavy in the sky, a sentinel of our fate, the water surged, wild and untamed, and with it came the promise of life and death, the eternal dance of our bloodlines flowing like the river beneath our feet, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair, of memories lost and found, swirling into the night like shadows waiting to be embraced. The air crackled, electric like a storm brewing in the gut of the earth, as the midnight fog rolled in, thick and suffocating. Beneath the silvery light of an indifferent moon, I stood at the edge of a blood-red river, the waters swirling with the dreams of the damned. I could feel the vibrations of the dead humming beneath my skin, an unsettling lullaby of despair that beckoned me closer. Heart pounding, I gripped the dagger hidden in my cloak, not for harm, but for the courage I lacked. Kiva stood beside me, her eyes glistening like twin stars lost in a black sky. She was a tempest of emotion, fear and longing mixing in her heart like a potent elixir. We had come here seeking the truth, but the truth had teeth, and it nipped at our heels. She was the fierce one, the warrior spirit, but beneath that bravado lay a vulnerability that sliced through her like glass. We shouldn't be here, she whispered, her voice trembling against the backdrop of the night. I have to know, I replied, the words spilling from my mouth like blood from a wound. I have to know what happened to my brother. My voice cracked, as though the weight of the world pressed down on my chest. I could almost hear his laughter echoing in the shadows, gone, but never truly absent. Grief was a double-edged sword, and I wielded it dangerously close to my heart. The river whispered secrets, a sibilant hiss that wrapped around us, urging us forward. The waters shimmered with the reflections of faces long forgotten, lost souls drifting like autumn leaves on a stormy night. They were the ones who had crossed, who had tasted the bitter truth of the other world. The blood rivers of the dead, I murmured, recalling the old tales, the warnings woven into the fabric of our childhood. They say it's a passage to the afterlife, but what if it's a trap? Kiva shivered, the dread palpable between us. What if we end up like them? Her gaze was distant, lost to the swirling eddies of the river. Forever wandering, forever searching, her voice trailed off, choking on the weight of her own fear. And then there was Amon, my brother's ghost, drifting through my thoughts like smoke. I saw him there, standing on the other side, a flickering candle in the darkness, eternally out of reach. Amon! I screamed, the name tearing from my throat like a wild animal escaping its cage. The river surged, and for a breathless moment, I thought I saw him, his face, pale and hollow, eyes filled with shadows deeper than the night. Stop! Kiva's voice sliced through the silence, slicing open the tension like a ripe fruit. We can't call for him. Not here. But her plea faded, swallowed by the swirling mists. She was right, of course. The other world was a realm of haunting memories, and the echoes of the past danced on the edges of our sanity. I felt the dagger in my hand, cool and steady, a lifeline amidst the chaos. I have to do this, I said, my voice firm. If I don't confront whatever darkness lies beyond, I'll never find peace. I could see the fight in Kiva's eyes, the fury of a tempest, the softness of a summer breeze. She wanted to save me from this madness, but she could not see the jagged edges of my heart, the need to bleed for the ones I loved. As I stepped closer to the water, the blood began to churn, thick and viscous like a heartbeat lost in the void. It called to me, whispered my name in a chorus of voices that surged through the night. I could feel their pain, their sorrow, their unending quest for redemption, and my heart ached with the weight of it all. And then, amidst the chaos, I saw her, Luf, the queen of the otherworld, her presence storming in like a winter gale. Her hair fluttered around her like dark clouds, and her eyes were galaxies, spinning with a light that could blind the stars. "You dare to tread here?" Her voice was thunder, shaking the very ground beneath us. "You seek truths buried in blood and sorrow." Kiva stepped forward, defiance painted on her face, though I could see the terror in her eyes. "We seek our own truths, not the ones you bury in darkness." "Truth is but a feeble flame, flickering in the winds of fate," Luf said, her lips curling into a smile that felt like a knife. "You think you can handle what lies beneath? The blood rivers do not yield secrets lightly." The waters surged, and with them came the memories, the lovers lost, the warriors fallen, the children forgotten. I tasted the salt of my own tears as the echoes merged with the haunting laughter of my brother, a melody laced with the bitterness of loss. "Amon!" I cried once more, desperation clawing at my insides. The river roared in response, and the world shifted. I caught glimpses of a shadowed figure, a silhouette that danced just out of reach, teasing me with promises and lies. "He is not lost," Luf murmured, her voice dripping with the sweetness of deceit. "He is waiting, waiting for you to step into the river, to embrace what it truly means to be one with the dead." My heart raced, the reality of her words sinking in like stone. "What must I do?" I asked, each word heavy with the gravity of my choice. "Something must be sacrificed," she said, her eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. "You must give to the river what it demands. Only then will the truth be revealed." "But what could I offer? My soul? My sanity?" The air was thick with the weight of unspoken horrors, and I felt the pull of the river, its dark allure promising salvation, a promise I knew was laced with despair. The moment hung in the air, taut as a bowstring, vibrating with the intensity of our collective fear. I looked at Kiva, her resolve wavering, and I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into her heart. We were bound by this moment, two souls teetering on the edge of an abyss, and the very fabric of our lives was woven into that crimson tide. I took a deep breath, a tremor running through me, and whispered the words that would change everything. "I'm ready." In that instant, the river roared, and the ground trembled beneath our feet. Darkness gripped us, and I felt myself being pulled closer, drawn into the depths of the blood rivers of the dead, where the truth awaited, sharp and glimmering like a blade. And as the world slipped away, I remembered, my heart racing, my breath shallow, that some truths were meant to be faced, even when the darkness beckoned with open arms. Blood churns in the river, thick and dark, glistening like a grotesque reflection of the moon. I stand on the bank, heart pounding like a war drum, the stench of iron and death swirling in the air around me. It grips me, pulls me closer, unnerving and magnetic, as if the river itself craves my presence. Fenrir prowls beneath the surface, a monstrous shadow waiting to break free, a harbinger of doom, his breath hot against the chill of the night. I remember his howl. I remember the shivers it sent racing down my spine, each note a promise of chaos to come. The wind whispers ancient secrets, rustling through the trees, and I can almost hear the ghosts of fallen warriors echoing through the night. They scream for justice, for redemption, but their voices are drowned in the currents of blood, flowing endlessly toward the abyss. I exhale, a heavy cloud of despair escaping my lips as I see them, Freyja, her eyes ablaze with defiance, and Tyr, a silent storm bottled within. They stand on the precipice, teetering between hope and inevitable loss. Freyja, fierce and untamed, the goddess of love and war, is torn, her heart a battlefield littered with shattered dreams. Her hands tremble as she clutches a dagger, its edge shimmering in the moonlight, but it's not enough. She feels the weight of the world on her shoulders, the burden of the gods resting heavily against her will. "This is not how it ends," she whispers, but I can hear the crack in her voice, a fragile thread fraying before the inevitable. She fights not just for others, but for herself, for the lost parts of her soul scattered like ashes in the wind. Tyr stands beside her, the one-handed god, once brimming with bravery now hollowed out by the sacrifices he's made. His eye, a witness to countless atrocities, stares blankly at the swirling eddies of the river. He remembers the day he bound Fenrir, the wolf with chains forged in shadows, each link a promise of loyalty turned betrayal. I thought we could control him, he murmurs, the words heavy with regret. But with every sacrifice, he has grown stronger, feeding on our fears. I was blind. The truth slices through him, and in that moment, I see him not as a god, but a man, a flawed, anguished soul searching for redemption in the face of annihilation. The ground rumbles beneath us, a deep growl echoing the tremors of Fenrir's rage, awakening the ancient horrors trapped beneath the blood-stained surface. I feel it in my bones, the echo of 1,000 nightmares, a reminder that this is not just a battle, this is the end of everything. Time stretches, pulling taut like a drawn bowstring, and in that breathless silence, I can almost taste the fear, the metallic tang on my tongue, the weight of inevitability settling in my chest. Freyja grips Tyr's arm, desperation etched across her face, but he cannot offer solace, his heart is a raging storm, and their connection, once a source of strength, now feels fragile, like glass poised on the edge of a precipice. What if we fail? She asks, and I see her vulnerability laid bare, raw and unguarded. It shatters the walls between them, exposing the fears they've buried deep. What if this is all for nothing? Then we fight, he replies, the fire igniting in his gaze. Even if it's just us. Even if it's the end. It's both a promise and a challenge, a whisper of hope piercing through the weight of despair. Yet, the river churns ominously, and I know Fenrir waits, eyes glowing like embers, craving the taste of divine blood. He is the manifestation of our darkest fears, the very embodiment of chaos set free. I feel that chaos creeping closer, tendrils of darkness wrapping around my throat, squeezing until I can hardly breathe. The air thickens, saturated with dread, and it feels as if the cosmos has paused, watching, waiting for the moment of reckoning. A sound cuts through the tension, a low growl that rises to a fever pitch, reverberating through my bones. He's here, the beast, the monstrous wolf of prophecy, and I can almost see the sinewy muscles rippling beneath his fur, coiling and uncoiling like a serpent preparing to strike. The river shudders, blood spilling over its banks, an offering to the voracious creature lurking just beneath the surface. Freyja steps forward, her heart racing, and for a fleeting moment, she meets my gaze. "Do you believe we can change our fate?" she asks, and the question hangs heavily between us, an anchor dragging us deeper into an ocean of uncertainty. "Belief is a fragile thing," I whisper, the truth sinking into my bones. "Sometimes, hope is all we have left." But even as I say it, I feel the weight of despair creeping back, like shadows creeping through the trees. The river rages, blood-red and furious, and as Fenrir breaks the surface, it's a cataclysmic moment, the night erupts into chaos, a tempest of fangs and fury. The howl splits the air, a sound so primal, so terrifying, it threatens to shatter the very fabric of reality. The world tilts, time bends, and I am swallowed whole by the terror, lost in the swirling maelstrom of blood and fury. My heart races, and I can only stand, a witness to the horror unfolding before my eyes. And then, silence. A breathless, suffocating hush envelops the moment, as if the universe itself has paused, waiting for one final act, one last shred of defiance. The river of blood flows on, relentless and eternal, a promise of what is to come, a reminder of the weight of sacrifice and the endless cycle of violence and hope. Each heartbeat echoes through the stillness, and I know this is not the end, this is the beginning of something more terrible, more beautiful, than we can ever fathom. As Fenrir lunges, jaws open wide, darkness engulfs us, and in that chilling embrace, I realize we're not just fighting for survival, we're fighting for the very soul of existence itself. The river flows on, a testament to our struggle, and I can feel it pulling me deeper, as the haunting howl of the wolf beckons, an echo across time, drawing us into the abyss. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, smoke curling like whispered secrets through the twilight, and the drums, the relentless heartbeat of a world teetering on the edge. A woman stood at the riverbank, her feet sinking into the mud, her heart racing like a trapped bird. A red cloth fluttered in her hands, stained with the sacrifices of ancestors. It was dusk, but the shadows seemed to grow longer, creeping closer, as if the spirits were restless, demanding their due. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the cacophony of nature's night. I remember when the river ran clear, when the spirits danced beneath the moonlight, not when blood soaked the earth. A chill ran through her as if the very river conspired against her, its surface flickering with reflections of faces she had once known. Beside her, a man, his name was Aid, gripped a machete, its gleaming edge a stark contrast to the darkness enveloping them. He was a guardian, a protector, but tonight he felt like a pawn in a game he did not understand. The weight of his ancestors pressed upon him, their voices echoing in his mind, urging him to strike, to act. "We must appease them," he whispered, desperation carving lines into his forehead. "Tonight, the spirits are angry." The river swelled, as if responding to his words, each ripple a reminder of what lay beneath, the restless dead. Aid's breath caught in his throat, he could practically hear their cries, a mournful chorus that clawed at him from the depths, clawed at the very fabric of his being. He thought of his mother, her laughter like sunlight dancing on the water, and the way she would tell stories of the past, of the balance between worlds. But those stories felt like fading echoes now, drowned out by the urgency of the present. "I remember," he echoed, a mantra against the encroaching dread. "I remember when we feared the spirits but honored them. When we offered cola nuts instead of blood." His grip tightened around the machete, knuckles white, as he glanced at the horizon, where the last light of day flickered and dimmed. Next to him, his sister, Ife, knelt. She was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding, yet tonight her strength felt like a wall cracking under pressure. "There's no honor in what we're about to do," she said, her voice trembling with the weight of conviction. "They demand blood, but what of our own? What will it cost us to satisfy their hunger?" Her eyes, dark and piercing, shone with defiance, yet the flickering flame of uncertainty danced behind them. The river whispered, taunted. "What do you fear?" it seemed to ask, mirroring the questions gnawing at her soul. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a countdown to the moment of reckoning. She thought of her son, the innocence in his laughter. Will this haunt him? The thought brought a fresh wave of nausea, tightening in her stomach like a vice. "Don't you see?" Aid's voice cracked, a raw, jagged edge to his words. "We have to give them something, or they will take everything. The village will suffer, they will come for us, for our children." His desperation loomed over them like the thickening shadows, the weight of their ancestors' demands pressed down like a storm cloud ready to burst. The tension twisted around them, a living thing, as Ife glanced back at the village, a patchwork of homes, flickering lights, and frightened souls. They were all waiting for a sign, for a sacrifice, for anything to quell the spirits that lurked in the depths. "What if this sacrifice only brings more anger?" she whispered, dread pooling like poison in her veins. "What if the river runs red, and we are left with nothing? Just ghosts of our own making." Across the cold, dark water, the reflection of the moon shimmered, a silent witness to their torment. A crescent shape, sharp and foreboding, it felt like a knife poised to slice through the fabric of their reality. "There is a way," Aid replied, his eyes narrowing. "If we offer ourselves," his voice trembled at the suggestion, but the desperation clawed its way back to the surface. "If we give them a part of us, we can bargain. They've taken so much already, we owe them this." I flinched, the idea settling heavy in her gut. To what end? To become mere vessels, echoes of our own ancestors? To fade into the shadows? She felt a tremor ripple through her, a fear that twisted knots in her stomach. "I remember," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder would summon the spirits themselves. "I remember the stories of the gods, their laughter, their fury. We must find another way. This blood, it will only bring more blood." But Aid shook his head, frustration mingling with fear. "You think the gods care for our hearts? They only care for what is owed. Our pain is nothing in the grand scheme of their power." The river surged again, a violent ripple breaking the fragile stillness, and in that moment, the choice loomed large between them, sacrifice or defiance, blood or honor. The ancestral spirits were restless, their demands echoed through the night, mingling with the scent of smoke and fear. "I will not be a puppet to their whims," Ife cried, rising to her feet, anger igniting a fire in her belly. "We will find another way." Together, we can summon the ancient power without the price of blood." But even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of her resolve. The shadows deepened, and the river swelled, a living entity pulsating with the hunger of generations. Time felt suspended, the weight of their ancestors pressing down like a shroud. As the night deepened, the air thickened with tension and fear, and with every heartbeat, the inevitable drew closer, an unspoken confrontation with the spirits of the ancestors that lingered just beyond the edge of understanding. The river, dark and mysterious, was a reminder of what lay beneath the surface, an abyss watching, waiting, hungry. And with every breath, every heartbeat, the line between the living and the dead blurred, a dance on the precipice of despair, the spirits whispering their demands, a symphony of blood and sacrifice echoing through the night. A chill ran through the air, sharp as the edge of a blade, when the river began to swell, its waters dark and turbulent, like a heart racing with unshed blood. I stood on the bank, my breath mingling with the fog that curled and twisted like a ghost seeking solace. The world around me pulsed with an energy I couldn't name, every rustle of leaves a whisper of secrets, every ripple in the water a story waiting to be told. The river was more than a body of water, it was a lifeline, a throbbing artery of existence that carried the blood of the ancestors, the dreams and sorrows of my people. Raven, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes the color of stormy skies, filled with a tempest of emotions. "It's coming," he said, voice low, trembling. I felt that energy crackle between us, a bond of shared fear and understanding. He had always been the brave one, but tonight he looked like a child caught in a storm, vulnerable yet fierce. I glanced at his hands, clenched into fists, as if he could mold the very essence of the river with sheer will. But he was not alone in this battle. I carried the weight of our lineage on my shoulders, a burden heavy with history, heartache, and an unyielding need to protect what was ours. The water surged forward, and I recalled the stories that our grandmother used to tell, how the river was born from the tears of the earth, how it carried not just water but also the blood of our ancestors, flowing through time, connecting us to the spirit world. I remembered her voice, steady and soft, like a lullaby for the restless souls. "Blood is life," she would say, "and the river is its pulse." With each heartbeat, I felt the truth of her words deep in my marrow. The river was alive, it had a soul, and it was angry. "I can feel it," I whispered, more to myself than to Raven. "The pain of the land. It remembers." And indeed, how could it forget? The screams of the past echoed through the rustling leaves, the shadows of those who walked before us flickering like candlelight in the dark. I could see their faces in my mind, their eyes, full of wisdom and sorrow, pleading for justice, for peace, for recognition. They wanted to be remembered, to be acknowledged in this moment when the river roared its fury. Raven turned to me, his expression a mix of anger and desperation, etched into the lines of his face like the scars of ancient battles. "We need to act. We can't let them poison this land any longer." The fire in his eyes ignited a flicker of defiance within me, a spark that threatened to flare into a wildfire. But what could we do against the powers that sought to drown our heritage in greed? The very blood that flowed through our veins was the same that coursed through the river, and yet, they dared to taint it, to suffocate it under the weight of their indifference. "We must honor them," I replied, the conviction swelling in my chest like the rising tide. "We cannot let their sacrifices be in vain." The words poured out, raw and unfiltered, carrying the tremors of our ancestors' unyielding spirits. I closed my eyes, feeling the pulse of the river beneath my feet, sinking with the rhythm of my heart. The land was speaking, and I was its voice. Then the shadows shifted, and with them, the specters of our past emerged. Figures cloaked in mist, faces twisted in anguish, wailing their grief into the night. I could hear their cries, feel their sorrow seeping into my soul, pulling me deeper into their despair. Time distorted, slipping through my fingers like water, and I was lost in a vortex of memories, the laughter of children playing in the sun, the warmth of a grandmother's embrace, the chill of loss that gnawed at the edges of my heart. "Do you see them?" I gasped, pointing towards the river, where the surface shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Raven nodded, his eyes wide with recognition, as if he, too, could feel the weight of their longing. "They're here," he murmured, understanding dawning upon him. "They want us to remember." And in that moment, everything crystallized. The river was a mirror reflecting our pain, our joy, our very existence. I reached out, fingers brushing the cool water, and gasped as its surface rippled, sending shockwaves through the air. It was a call to arms, a summons from the depths. The land was alive with the memories of our ancestors, and we were the guardians of their legacy. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as the sound of distant machinery roared to life, cutting through the silence like a knife. My heart raced, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I realized what it meant. They were coming, the developers, the ones who sought to carve up the land we cherished, to turn our sacred river into a lifeless conduit of profit. Raven's jaw tightened, the anger radiating off him in waves. "We have to stop them," he said, determination hardening his features. There was no time for fear. We were the blood of this land, and we would not let it bleed out under the weight of ambition. As we turned towards the horizon, the river behind us roared, a living embodiment of our fight. The shadows of our ancestors flanked us, their presence a reminder of the sacrifices made, of the battles fought in the name of our heritage. The moment hung suspended in the air, charged with emotion, a crucible of defiance. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of earth and water, of life and death. "Together," I whispered, my voice steady amid the chaos. And with that, we plunged forward, hearts pounding, the very essence of our lineage propelling us into the fray. The river surged behind us, and we became a part of its flow, a relentless force fueled by the blood of our ancestors, ready to confront the storm that awaited us. In the depths of that night, we were no longer just two siblings standing on the banks of a river. We were the river itself, an unstoppable tide of history, memory, and fierce love, a reminder that as long as blood flowed through our veins, we would never be silenced. The sky was a bruised purple, trembling with the weight of an impending storm, when Ilara stood at the edge of the river Lethe. The water rippled like dark silk, whispering secrets, beckoning her closer with its siren's call. She had lost so much already, her family, her memories, her very self, and here lay a chance to become unshackled from the pain, the relentless ache that had burrowed into her heart like a parasite. But could she really bear to forget? "Don't," a voice trembled behind her. It was Thaddeus, his face pale as moonlight, the ghost of their past dancing in his eyes. "You don't know what it will cost you." She turned to him, her heart pounding like a war drum. "What's left to lose? You think I want to carry this weight? This grief?" Her voice cracked, raw with desperation. The ghosts of their shared past flitted around them, shadows cloaked in memories that haunted the corners of her mind. Thaddeus stepped closer, the air thickening with unspoken words, memories of laughter now twisted into bitter echoes. "You think forgetting will save you? It's a cage, not a sanctuary." A tremor rippled through Ilara. She remembered the day they buried her mother, the way the earth had swallowed up her laughter, the finality of it all. What if it's the only way? She felt tears stinging her eyes. What if I can come back as someone new? Thaddeus reached for her, his hand trembling as it hovered just above her shoulder. "You aren't broken, Ilara. You're simply lost." His voice was edged with sorrow, a taut string vibrating in the stillness. "I'm lost too, but we can find our way back together, can't we?" Yet, the river gurgled, its seductive murmur beckoning her to take that final leap into oblivion. The thought of starting anew was intoxicating, no more sorrow, no more haunted nights filled with visions of what had been, the screams of those who never returned from the darkness. Around them, the world felt suspended, as if time had folded in on itself. Memories flickered like candle flames, her father's laughter as he pushed her on the swing, her mother's warm embrace, the heart-wrenching goodbyes that clawed at her insides. Each moment was a thread pulling her back, but the river sang a different tune, a siren song promising release. I remember, she whispered, the words slithering from her lips like an incantation. I remember playing by the creek, the way the sun kissed my skin, the warmth of the memory clashed with the chill of the present, and she shivered. Those memories are still yours, Thaddeus pleaded. They make you who you are. Without them, who will you be? A shadow? A ghost? Ilara shook her head, anguish and yearning warring within her. A ghost, or maybe someone who can breathe again. The river surged, its surface shimmering, almost alive, and she felt drawn toward it as if it could cradle her fragile soul, as if it could wash away the scars etched deep within her heart. Remember the stars? Thaddeus's eyes glistened, pools of shared history. How we would lie in the grass and count them. I still do. They remind me that we're never truly alone. But the river's pull was insistent, a current of desire that wrapped her in its embrace. What stars? I can hardly see them anymore, she confessed, her voice catching in her throat. What's left isn't worth remembering. They are worth everything. Thaddeus's voice broke, the tension between them charged, electric. Without those memories, we lose our stories, our laughter. You lose *me star. Then, just as the storm broke overhead, thunder rumbling like ancient gods awakening, Ilara took a step toward the river's edge. The air crackled with urgency. The water shimmered, and in its depths, she glimpsed a face that wasn't her own, a reflection of someone free from grief, from sorrow, from the chains that bound her. Stop! Thaddeus lunged but faltered, fear gripping him. Was it fear for her or for himself? You can't just let it take you. This isn't just a river, it's the end of everything. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, she saw the truth splintering between them. The fear of losing oneself was a darker abyss than the one she stood on the brink of. What if I don't want to be found? The words hung heavy in the air like smoke. Then you'll never live, he whispered, stepping closer, his voice fragile like glass. You'll just exist. But the river shimmered, calling her name, its dark waters swirling with the promise of peace. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, drowning out the noise of the world. She was on the precipice, and all it took was a single step, a single choice, a single breath. Who are you without your memories? Thaddeus's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Who will you be then? Ilara hesitated as a single drop of rain fell, splashing into the river like a teardrop in the ocean. She felt the weight of a million memories in that instant, a tidal wave of love and loss, and the ghosts that lingered behind her, waiting, whispering her name. I remember, the word slipped from her lips like a promise, a tether to the life she had known, the laughter she had lost. I remember, but still, the river whispered, wrapping her in its dark embrace. And as she stood there, torn between what was and what could be, she felt the abyss beneath her toes, a chasm of forgetfulness expanding, ready to swallow them both whole. The world shifted, shadows stretched, and with a final breath, she closed her eyes, waiting for the storm to break. And in that moment, the river echoed with the weight of forgotten dreams and rebirth, a cycle that spun endlessly, weaving stories that would never truly end. In the stillness of a moonless night, the air was thick with dread, as though the world itself held its breath beneath the weight of secrets untold. I stood by the bank of a river that was anything but ordinary. Its waters glimmered ominously, a deep crimson hue that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, drawing me closer, beckoning with a siren's call. I could hear the whispers, the faint echo of 1,000 voices weaving through the air, each one tinged with sorrow, each one urging me to remember. I remember Tenzin, caught in the throes of despair, his hands trembling as he clutched the talisman that his grandmother had passed down through generations. It was said to hold the power of the ancients, a bridge to the world of spirits who danced just beyond the veil. The river loomed behind him, a gaping maw of blood-red water that mirrored his turmoil. What if it takes me too, he had said, his voice cracking like ice underfoot. What if the river claims my soul? I felt the chill of his fear seep into my bones. Tenzin wasn't just afraid of the river, he was afraid of what he might find within its depths. The stories spoke of those who entered, never to return, their fates entwined with the river's restless spirit. Then there was Lamo, her fierce spirit a sharp contrast to the terror that hung in the air. She was a warrior, not just by blood but by choice. She had felt the weight of the river's darkness and vowed to confront it, a flickering candle against the storm. We can't turn away, she said, her voice steady, unwavering. To ignore it is to let the blood spill into our lives, to stain our very souls. Her determination radiated, a lighthouse in the fog of uncertainty. Yet, even as she spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The river was relentless, it twisted the very fabric of reality itself. I remember the way her fingers grazed the water, drawing back as if it burned. "This is no mere stream," she whispered, "it is the lifeblood of our fears, our regrets." The river reacted, a ripple of crimson surging forth as if in agreement. We stood there, caught in the moment, a triad of souls bound by an invisible thread. Tenzin's sorrow hung thick, a shroud over his heart. Lamo's courage was a double-edged sword, glinting under the dim light of impending chaos. And then there was me, the observer, the one caught between their tides of emotion. I remembered the stories, the legends of the river that spoke of salvation and loss, of cleansing and curse, a paradox swaddled in the warmth of the familiar. As the night thickened, the shadows deepened, creeping closer, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace. I felt the river's pull, its magnetic force drawing forth fragments of memories long buried. I remembered my own fears, the blood that coursed through my veins, the ancestral whispers of shame and pride, love and hate. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, counting down to a confrontation that loomed ever closer. Tenzin suddenly broke the silence, his voice a tremor. "What if the river reveals what we are too afraid to face?" His gaze drifted to the water, the light shimmering like 1,000 eyes staring back, unblinking. "What if it shows us our true selves, stripped of all pretense?" The river, with its serpentine twists, felt alive, a living tapestry woven from the threads of our pasts, present, and the unknown future. I felt Lamo's resolve waver, just for a moment, as she stood before the blood-stained water. It was a reflection of our inner turmoil, raw, unfiltered. I could almost hear the laughter of ghosts caught in the flow, taunting us with echoes of once-living ambitions, dreams that slipped through fingers like grains of sand. The moon rose above, a ghostly figure illuminating the surface of the river, casting shadows that writhed like phantoms. Tenzin took a step closer, his heart pounding like war drums. "We must confront it," he said, the words catching in his throat. "What lies beneath is nothing compared to what we carry above." I could almost taste the salt of tears unshed, the bitter tang of fear mingling with the metallic scent of blood that hung in the air. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back from the brink, but the river sang its haunting melody, and my heart ached with the knowledge that this was their moment of truth. Lamo turned to Tenzin, her eyes fierce with determination. "Then let's not allow it to drown us. Let's make peace with the ghosts that linger." But even as she spoke, I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they fluttered like leaves in a storm. The river was an entity of its own, a chaotic force waiting to swallow the unready whole. I felt the pulse of the river, a heartbeat that synchronized with my own. Every breath we took felt heavy with impending doom, a prelude to the confrontation that was inexorably drawing near. The air crackled with tension, the whispers growing louder, urging us to take the final step. What lay ahead was a chasm of uncertainty, a plunge into the unknown depths where shadows danced and light dared not tread. The river of blood, an embodiment of suffering and sacrifice, beckoned us closer, its current a mix of our past, present, and the dark tapestry of our fears. With shaking hands and trembling hearts, we stood at the precipice, the river's edge teetering like a tightrope stretched across an abyss. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat before the storm, a breath held tight in the throat, waiting, wanting, needing to be released into what lay beyond. As Tenzin took a step forward, I felt the ground shift beneath us, a reckoning that would change everything. And in that moment, the river began to flow, blood-red and haunting, a reminder that some truths, once faced, can never be unseen. The moon hung low over the Yangtze River, a sliver of silver casting ghostly reflections upon the water, as if the river itself held secrets no one dared to whisper. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning, and I could feel it in my bones, creeping up like a shadow, a heavy unease sinking into the very marrow of my existence. I stood at the river's edge, heart racing, as if the rushing waters were alive, pulsing with a dark energy, a sinister reminder of what was at stake. I remembered the stories, blood ran thicker than water, they said, but what if the blood itself was tainted? You, my childhood friend, stood beside me, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles as white as the moonlight. Her dark hair whipped around her face, a storm brewing within her. "We have to do something," she hissed, her voice barely above a whisper, fear threading through her words like poison. I could see the flicker of desperation in her eyes, the haunting reflection of a girl who had once known laughter but now stood on the precipice of something much darker. Blood had always been our bond, sisters in spirit, though not by blood. And yet, I feared this bond would shatter under the weight of what we were about to face. The river surged violently, a tempest of anguish and rage. It was said to carry the souls of those wronged, their cries echoing through the currents, a cacophony of sorrow. I could almost hear them now, their whispers entwined with the wind, warning me, beckoning me closer. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the realization that the river was not just a body of water, it was a living force, vibrant and furious, demanding tribute. "Do you remember the stories of the blood offerings?" You asked, her voice breaking the silence that enveloped us. I nodded. We'd heard them since we were children, tales of sacrifices made to appease the water gods, of blood spilled to ensure the flow of life. But what if we were the ones who needed to appease? What if our very existence depended on it? I felt a tremor deep within my core, a pulse that matched the rhythm of the river. My mind spiraled back to that fateful night, so many years ago, when our village had gathered under the same moonlight. The elders spoke of droughts and despair, their voices trembling as they recounted the price of survival. "A heart for a heart," they declared, and I could see the flickering flames of torches reflecting in their eyes, wild and hungry. The village had agreed, chosen a sacrifice. I remembered the weight of sorrow that hung over us like a storm cloud, the sense of inevitability that filled the air as the chosen one was led away. But who was the chosen now? As the river roared and the sky crackled with energy, I felt a familiar dread coiling around my heart. "They will come for us," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. "You know they will." You looked at me, her eyes wide, tears glistening like raindrops on a spider's web. "Then we must fight," she declared, her voice tinged with a fierce defiance that ignited something within me. "We cannot let them take anyone else. Not again." Her resolve sent a shiver down my spine. But what if fighting meant bloodshed? What if it meant tearing apart that sacred bond? The air thickened, a sense of foreboding wrapping around us like a cloak. I inhaled deeply, the smell of damp earth and impending rain filling my lungs. Time felt circular here, twisted like the river's flow. Every heartbeat echoed with memories of laughter in the fields, the sweet scent of jasmine on warm summer nights. Yet now, all I could taste was fear, raw and bitter. I thought of the rivers, of how they'd carved their paths through mountains, relentless and unforgiving, and it felt like a warning, urging us to choose wisely. Then we heard it, a rustle, a movement behind the trees, something lurking in the shadows. My heart seized in my chest. "Stay close," I urged, my voice trembling. You nodded but stood tall, a warrior ready to face the unknown. The darkness seemed to pulse, shadows stretching out like fingers grasping for us, pulling us closer to the brink. I felt the blood rushing in my veins, hot and alive, urging me to move, to act, but what could we do against the tide of fate? The river roared louder, a symphony of despair, and as I turned my gaze back to its depths, I saw them, figures emerging from the mist, ghostly apparitions who had once been our kin, faces twisted in torment. The legends had not lied, the river was a keeper of our souls, a guardian of memories. In that moment, I understood the weight of blood as a life force, binding us not just in joy but in collective sorrow. The choice lay before us, heavy and fraught. Blood could offer life or death. Who will pay the price? I whispered, knowing the answer lay not just in the river but in our own hearts. The confrontation was imminent, and I could feel the ground shifting beneath us. Every heartbeat echoed the truth, we were bound to the blood of our ancestors, entwined with the tales of sacrifice and survival. As the figures drew closer, I reached for you, our hands clasping together like vines seeking sunlight, holding fast against the rising tide of fear. But the river, relentless and eternal, pulled at our very souls, demanding retribution. In that moment of anguish and love, I felt the world around us blur, time folding in on itself, a cycle of fear and hope interwoven like the currents of the river. And as I stared into the eyes of the past, the haunting echoes of their pain reverberated inside me, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air crackles with a silence so thick it feels like the weight of 1,000 secrets pressing down on the land. I stand there, at the edge of the waterhole, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum in my ears. The moon hangs low, a pale eye watching, and the shadows twist around me like whispers of the past. They say water can cleanse, but tonight, it threatens to drown. Why are you here? Layla's voice cuts through the stillness, sharp as a shard of glass, eyes glinting like stars caught in a storm. She stands apart, her silhouette dark against the shimmering surface, a guardian of memories and pain. She knows the tales, the stories that weave through the marrow of this land, stories where water flows not just as a life-giver, but as a harbinger of blood. Because I had to, I reply, the words escaping my lips like a guilty confession. The chill of her gaze sears me, and I feel the echoes of the dreamtime dance around us. Water as blood, what a contradiction, what a horror wrapped in beauty. I remember the stories, the old ones told in hushed tones by the fire, where the ancestors bled into the rivers and the spirits rose in mists, where forgiveness and fury, joy and sorrow, coiled around one another like serpents. You don't understand, Layla continues, her voice trembling slightly, a crack in her fierce armor. This water holds everything, our ancestors, our failures, our pain. She gestures towards the waterhole, and I see flickers, shadows swimming beneath the surface. I shudder, feeling the weight of unspoken grief, the fragmented memories of lives lost. Then there's Jack, emerging from the darkness, a ghost from my past, a reminder of choices I can't escape. He strides to us, the tension radiating off him like heat waves. You think running away makes you free? His words are a bitter venom, laced with betrayal. This land, it knows you. It never forgets. His eyes burn with a fierce defiance, yet there's an ache beneath it, a vulnerability we both hide. You don't know what I've seen, I shoot back, but even as I say it, I feel the cracks of doubt opening beneath my feet. The water ripples, and I see it, the glint of something that shouldn't be there, something alive. It's not just water, I whisper, the realization sinking in, heavy as stone. Everything is connected, Layla whispers, and her voice has transformed into a soft lullaby, even as the energy crackles with unyielding intensity. The water bleeds. It bleeds our history, our blood. It knows our fears. She steps closer to the edge, and I feel the pull of her sorrow, the gravity of shared dreams and nightmares crashing together, spinning wildly like leaves in a storm. Stay back. Jack's voice is a bark, rough and raw. You don't know what it wants. But Layla, she is a siren, drawn to the shimmering surface, her heart open and aching, palms outstretched as if she could pluck the memories from the water like ripe fruit. It wants us to remember. It doesn't want to be forgotten. We can't let it die. I remember, I murmur, a mantra clawing its way from the depths of my soul. I remember the laughter around the fire, the stories of the hunters who became the hunted, of the water that kissed the earth and soaked up the blood of those who fell in battle. I remember the screams of the lost, the cries that echo in the night, the silence that follows like an uninvited guest. But as Layla reaches out, the surface of the water becomes a mirror, reflecting not just the moonlight, but the shadows of our torment. The air thickens with emotion, each heartbeat a drum calling us to confront the demons we've buried deep. I want to pull her back, hold her tight, but the words stick in my throat, a knot of fear and longing. Jack, help her! The frantic plea escapes my lips, but he stands frozen, caught in the web of his own turmoil. You think I want this? You think I can just erase it? His voice breaks, and I see the fractures in his bravado. The pain we share is a raw wound, exposed and throbbing, begging for closure. Layla's fingers brush the surface, and the water trembles, alive with memories of blood. It ripples beneath her touch, a whispering chorus of voices long silenced. Listen, she urges, desperation spilling from her like a waterfall. Hear them? They are not gone. They are here, in our hearts, in this very water. Then it happens. The water erupts, bursting forth like a dam breaking, a torrent that sweeps us into its chaotic embrace. I gasp, the coldness stinging my skin, and I feel the weight of spirits rising around me, an army of the lost clawing for the surface. The air is electric, thick with sorrow and rage, and I am consumed, drowning in a deluge of emotion that is both grief and ecstasy. In this moment, I gaze into Layla's eyes, and we share an understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of pain. Together, we face the shadows, the ghosts of our past, the blood that waters the roots of our ancestry. I remember the Dreamtime stories, the lessons buried in the soil. They are not just tales, they are our truth. The water swirls around us, vivid and relentless, pulling us deeper into its depths. My heart races as I scream into the night, the sound swallowed by the cacophony of memories. We are alive. We remember. I don't know if it's a declaration or a plea, but it hangs in the air, resonating with an unearthly intensity. And as the night deepens, as the boundaries blur between us and the spirits, I realize this is more than just a conflict, it's a reckoning. The water as blood is not merely a metaphor, it is the lifeblood of our existence, a reminder that in every drop lies the essence of who we are. We are the echoes of those who came before, and the weight of their stories is ours to carry. With each heartbeat, the water pulses, a rhythmic reminder that the past is never truly gone, it lives within us. And as we stand at this precipice, I sense the shifting tides of destiny, the currents of time pulling us toward an unknown horizon. The climax looms, a raw and unfiltered truth waiting to break the surface. The shadows dance on the water, and I know, this moment is just the beginning. The air crackled. A thick mist swirled above the ground, twisting and curling, like whispers of the dead. I stood at the river's edge, heart pounding, each pulse reverberating through the stillness of the night. This wasn't just any river, it was the river of blood, a dark vein slicing through the heart of the earth, forged in the fires of creation and destruction. The water glistened under the pale moonlight, a sinister red, glittering like 1,000 lost souls wailing for freedom. I shivered, and my breath hitched in my throat. Luz stood beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched a woven amulet, a talisman against the horrors that lurked in shadows. Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflected a past riddled with loss. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the haunting lullaby of the river. "What if it consumes us?" I remembered her brother, lost to the river's depths years ago, a sacrifice to the darkness that flowed beneath its surface. His laughter used to dance in the air, bright and carefree, but now it felt like a phantom echo, taunting her. It gnawed at my insides to see her struggle, her spirit frayed, yet still flickering with a desperate strength. Each moment spent beside her felt like walking on a knife's edge. "Luz," I murmured, trying to infuse my words with courage. "We have to confront it. We owe him that much." My voice wavered, uncertainty creeping in. I could feel the weight of the river pulling at my very soul, a magnetic force promising to reveal truths but threatening to drown us both in sorrow. And then there was Mateo. Fierce and reckless, he burst through the mist like a storm, eyes blazing with a fire that matched the pulse of the river. He was a man of contradictions, charming yet destructive, a warrior haunted by his own demons. "You can't turn back now," he growled, his voice gravelly, filled with the raw energy of someone who had dared to face the abyss time and again. "It's either this or remain shackled to the past." But the past had teeth, sharp and insatiable. I felt it gnawing at me, memories clawing their way to the surface. I remembered the stories, the myths of creation that wove through the fabric of our existence, tales of gods who played with mortality like a child with clay, molding destinies with the flick of a wrist. And within those tales lived the river of blood, born from the tears of the earth, the sorrow of the people, and the sacrifices that carved their fates. As we stood there, the moon hung heavy, a watchful eye hovering above, and I could almost hear the river whispering secrets, pulling us into its depths. The very air vibrated with tension, thick and stifling, as shadows danced between the trees, beckoning us forward. I could feel my heart racing, each beat thundering like a war drum, urging me closer to the dark, pulsing life of the river. "We need to face this together," I urged, my gaze darting between Luz and Mateo. "There's no other way." But the words felt heavy, laden with the weight of our fears, each syllable echoing in the silence like a death knell. Luz's breath hitched, and I knew she was torn. Her face, a canvas of grief, twisted as memories of her brother flooded her mind. I could see the flicker of indecision, the ghost of hope mingling with despair. "What if it's too late?" she murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. "What if the river takes us?" "If we don't try, we'll drown in our own regrets," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear coiling within. I couldn't let her slip away. I couldn't lose another soul to the river's insatiable hunger. Matteo stepped forward, his presence a tempest. "Enough of this. We can't let fear dictate our choices." His eyes blazed, a storm of emotion swirling within. "We owe it to those we've lost to confront this darkness. It won't let us go until we do." His words ignited a fire within me. I could feel the pulse of the river quickening, a heartbeat in sync with our own rising emotions. It was both beautiful and terrifying, the very essence of life and death intertwined. I could almost hear the distant echoes of laughter mingling with the cries of those who were lost, a haunting chorus that reverberated through the night. Gathering my courage, I stepped closer to the water's edge, the ground slick and treacherous beneath my feet. Each step felt like a plunge into the unknown, a leap of faith into the abyss. The river's surface shimmered, inviting yet foreboding, as if it knew the weight of our intentions, the gravity of our despair. And then, I felt it, the pull. It was more than physical, it was an emotional draw, a connection to the memories, the hopes once held, and the dreams now shattered. I could feel my father's laughter, my mother's embrace, all swirling in the crimson current. They called out to me, their voices woven into the fabric of the river, beckoning me to join them in eternal peace. I turned to Luz, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and in that moment, I saw her. I saw the girl who once danced under the sun, the sister who clung to hope, the warrior who fought through the darkness. "We can't let them go." "Not like this," I pleaded, my voice trembling with the weight of our shared grief. She nodded, the flicker of resolve ignited within her. Together, she breathed, the word like a vow, a promise woven into the tapestry of our souls. Matteo stepped closer, a fierce determination in his eyes. "Then let's face it. Let's confront the river." As we stood there, heartbeats synchronized, a storm of emotion swirling, the river surged, reflecting the chaos within us. It was time to leap, to dive into the turbulent waters of our fears, of our pasts, and to emerge reborn or consumed. And from the depths, the echoes of creation stirred, whispering secrets of life, death, and everything in between. Time seemed to stretch and contract, the world narrowing to the three of us, suspended on the brink of an awakening, an unveiling that would either unravel us or weave us anew. The river roared. The night darkened. We took a step forward, hearts racing, souls entwined, and I felt the embrace of the abyss draw us in. Blood drips from the jagged edge of a stone altar, pooling like an offering to the gods, dark and glistening under the chill of a moonless night. An owl's mournful call cuts through the silence, echoing the heartbeat of the world, a reminder that creation is often born from destruction, from pain, from the very essence that binds us. I stand there, cold sweat tracing the contours of my spine, heart racing like a caged animal. This moment pulls me in, makes me a witness to the haunting ritual that echoes across time and space. As ancient as the mountains, as raw as the earth beneath my feet. The figures around the altar are cloaked in shadows, their murmurs are like whispers of lost souls. I see two faces through the dim light, Kale and Myra. Their eyes are wide, caught between fear and fascination. Kale, the dreamer, has always believed in the stories, the myths of their ancestors. He embodies hope, the flickering flame refusing to be snuffed out. His hands tremble as he clutches a dagger, its blade shimmering ominously. Every inch of him screams of the weight he carries, of the yearning to understand the mysteries of life itself. And Myra, fierce and unyielding, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of midnight. She bears the scars of betrayal, each one a reminder of her family's fall from grace. Her heart is a fortress under siege, and yet she stands resolute, ready to face the storm brewing inside her. I remember the tales my mother told. Kale's voice trembles, slicing through the silence with a desperate urgency. How blood was the first language of the earth, how it spoke to the cosmos. He gazes at the altar, where a sacrifice waits, a creature, innocent yet marked by the weight of destiny. If we don't do this, what will happen to us? To our people? Myra's eyes flash with anger, a tempest unleashed. And what of the price? What do we become if we spill this blood? We are not gods, Kale. Her voice is a whip crack in the darkness, echoing with the weight of an eternal question. She steps back, the moonlight catching the glint of her tears, a cruel reminder of the past, of loss, of hope that once flourished and now lies withered. Every myth has a cost. But they stand there, suspended in the tension. The air is thick with memories of ancestors, stories carved in the bones of the earth, like shadows that refuse to fade. I can feel the pulse of creation, resonating like a heartbeat against the backdrop of forgotten moments. Blood dances through the veins of creation myths. It is the essence that births worlds, that brings life from chaos. It binds us, connects us, yet it can tear apart the very fabric of what we know. Look! Kale's voice rises, igniting a spark of defiance. The stars are watching. They've seen the blood of the first gods, see how they weep for us? They want us to remember. His hand grips the dagger tighter, knuckles white against the darkness, and yet I can see the tremor of doubt in his eyes, echoing the conflict in his soul. We must honor them. Myra's breath hitches, she steps forward, a warrior ready to fight against her own fears. Honor? Or madness, she whispers, searching his face for a flicker of understanding. Do you not see? Creation isn't just about blood, it's about the choices we make. It's about the love we share, the lives we touch. Her words cut through the tension, a lifeline thrown into the churning storm of their hearts. But Kale stands rooted, caught in the gravity of a decision that could alter the course of their fates. The dagger glints in the sparse light, a siren call to the blood that has spilled across generations. It is a symbol of hope, yes, but also of the ghastly reality that blood can only birth life when it is shed. And there lies the crux, the battle between creation and destruction, desire and dread. Do you believe in the stories, Myra? He asks, vulnerability cracking his voice like fragile glass. Can you not feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet? The stories, they are alive. They haunt us, yes, but they also guide us. He takes a step closer to the altar, as if drawn by an unseen force, the weight of history pressing down on him. Maybe we are meant to be vessels of their pain and joy. Myra shakes her head, tears now spilling freely, tracing paths down her cheeks. I believe in the stories, Kale, but those stories are not meant to be lived in blood. They remind us of our humanity, of what we risk when we forget the cost. The shadows flicker around them, a dance of fate, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting for their decision. The altar is a precipice, one step closer, and they would tip into the abyss. I can feel the silence thickening, pressing in around them. The night is alive, with echoes of ancient blood, the stories of creation weaving through the darkness like a haunting melody. There is no clear path, only the treacherous tangle of choices, each one laced with both hope and horror. The air crackles with anticipation, a storm brewing in the hearts of Kale and Myra. With every heartbeat, they edge closer to the line that separates creation from chaos. With every breath, they wrestle with the weight of their own narratives, the intertwined threads of blood and destiny, weighed down by the knowledge that the past is never far behind, that every act of creation is drenched in the shadows of sacrifice. And just as the first flickers of dawn begin to brush the horizon, they stand at the precipice, two souls bound by myth, by blood, ready to confront the echoes of their ancestors. The questions hang in the air, raw and pulsing. Creation is not simply a tale told, it is a living, breathing entity, wrapped in the complex tapestry of existence, fraught with longing and uncertainty, illuminated by the sparks of their choices. And so they linger, caught in the moment between what was and what could be, as the world waits with bated breath. The rhythm of their heart syncs with the pulse of the earth, and in that heartbeat lies the essence of every creation myth ever spun, a reminder that blood, the eternal thread of life and death, weaves through the very fabric of existence, leaving scars that tell stories waiting to be born. The river, once a shimmering blue vein through the wild, now writhed red under a bruised sky, as if the very heart of the earth had burst. Children should be skipping stones and laughing, their voices mingling with the gentle gurgle of water, but now only the distant, chilling wail of the wind filled the air, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity. I could taste the iron on my tongue, thick and metallic, while my eyes, stinging from the acrid smell, were drawn to the liquid horror that flowed like an unholy serpent. Myra stood at the water's edge, her fingers trembling as they traced the surface, splashing droplets that glimmered crimson in the fading light. Her brother, Petter, knelt beside her, eyes wide like saucers, their innocence swallowed by the grotesque reality before them. "It can't be real," he whispered, an echo of disbelief rattling in his chest. But the truth dripped from the leaves above, tainting the ground beneath their feet. The blood of their village, their home, was being offered to whatever dark spirit had awakened this nightmare, and with each heart-pounding heartbeat, the river seemed to pulse with life, a grotesque parody of what had once been. I remember when the river was a giver, weaving through their lives like a warm embrace, nurturing, cradling their dreams in its shimmering depths. But now, it was a harbinger of death, a wound that would not heal. In the shadows of the trees, the whispers of the drowned mingled with the rustling leaves, their voices a chilling chorus that sang of despair. "Do you see them?" Petter's voice trembled, eyes darting to the darkened forest, where the spirits danced, restless and unyielding, their forms flickering like candle flames, revealing a tapestry of grief. Myra turned to her brother, a storm brewing behind her tear-stained face. "We have to leave. We can't stay here." The desperation in her voice cracked like thunder, and Petter shook his head, rooted to the spot, as if a god had carved him from stone. "But what if it's our fault?" he pleaded, the fear in his gaze a mirror of her own. The weight of their family's legacy hung heavy, a shroud of guilt woven from silence and secrets. They had ignored the signs, brushed aside the warnings like dust on an old shelf, and now the river had turned against them. They had heard the stories, those haunting lullabies of old women by the fire, tales of spirits that roamed the earth, angry and vengeful. The water nymphs, the Rusalka, once a symbol of beauty and fertility, now twisted into something grotesque, predators lurking beneath the surface, waiting to ensnare those foolish enough to draw close. And here they were, caught in the web of their ancestors, grasping at straws while the river continued to bleed, its sorrow mingling with the last light of day. "I remember when I used to fish here," Petter murmured, gripping his rod like a lifeline. "I caught the biggest ones, you know. The river was kind to me." The memory caught in his throat, pushed down by the weight of the present. "Now it's angry. What did we do?" His voice cracked, and the tears streaked down his cheeks, carving paths through the dirt. Myra felt her heart splinter. She was supposed to be strong, but every moment felt like a betrayal. "Maybe we can make it right," she whispered, her mind racing with desperate ideas. "Maybe if we bring offerings, flowers, honey, something pure." But deep within, she knew the futility. The river had tasted blood. The spirits were hungry, and nothing offered would wash away the stain upon their souls. A flash of movement disrupted the air, and suddenly, the water surged violently, slapping against the banks, splattering their feet with crimson droplets. The river roared, a beast awakening from slumber, and they stumbled back, fear coursing through them like electricity. "Myra!" Petter screamed, his voice a broken shard of glass, as the shadows began to materialize, twisted figures rising from the depths, their sorrowful wails echoing through the trees. Myra's heart raced, pounding in her chest like a war drum, drowning out all reason. "We need to go," she cried, grabbing Petter's hand, but the weight of the river's curse held them captive, drawing them closer to that blooded edge. The spirits beckoned, their faces distorting in agony, eyes hollow and pleading, begging for release, for recognition of their pain. "You must remember us," they seemed to say, their voices a haunting lullaby that sent shivers racing down Myra's spine. "I remember," she gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. Memories flooded her mind like a deluge, the laughter of her grandmother, the stories spun by the hearth, the way the river had danced in the moonlight. "But I can't help you," she cried, a mix of defiance and despair, as Petter's grip tightened, anchoring her to reality. But darkness loomed, thick as a shroud, and the river thrashed as though it was alive, the spirits rising to claim their due. They were not merely figures of myth, they were a reflection of the village's broken promises, the regrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. Myra felt the pull, felt her body inching closer, the allure of the water creeping into her bones. "Help us remember," the voices cried, and the world around her began to swirl. "No!" Petter shouted, his voice a desperate plea, pulling her back, but she was already slipping, lost in the memories, drowning in the pain of the past. The river's surface shimmered with promises unkept, and she could almost see their faces, twisted in sorrow, begging for redemption. "I can't go back," Myra whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the blooded water. "I can't." But even as the words left her lips, she knew the truth. The river had no intention of letting them leave this place, this moment suspended in time, where the blood and water intertwined, and the spirits reached out, wanting them to remember, wanting them to feel. And so they stood, two souls caught between the worlds of the living and the dead, the river's pulse echoing the rhythm of their hearts, both a blessing and a curse. The water surged again, and as the shadows deepened, they understood that to confront the darkness, they would have to wade into its depths, willing to lose everything, even themselves, for the sake of the spirits that demanded their memories. A single drop of crimson hung suspended in the air, glistening like a promise, a curse. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. It fell, splattering onto the cobblestones, mingling with the dust of forgotten days that whispered secrets of lives once lived. I stood there, heart racing, the pulse of my blood echoing in my ears, a reminder of the life inside me, and the weight of what lay before me, a figure draped in shadows, eyes burning like embers in an abyss. Evelyn, my sister, my guardian angel turned fallen star, stood trembling, her hands clutching the edges of her tattered cloak. I could see the raw fear etched across her face, mirrored in the dark alley where we'd found ourselves at this cursed hour. Behind us, the echoes of the past reverberated, a haunting reminder of our childhood, those days filled with laughter and stolen glances at the world beyond. But now? Now, the air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of betrayal. "I remember," Evelyn whispered, voice quaking like the branches of an ancient tree caught in a storm. "The tales our mother used to tell. Red was a sign of protection, a beacon against the darkness." Her eyes darted to the shadows that danced along the walls, as if the very night conspired against us. "But this is not protection. It's a warning." A chill swept through me, and I shuddered, recalling the stories of the crimson threads woven into the fabric of myth, the warriors draped in red, avatars of sacrifice and rage. Blood spilt on sacred altars, a tribute to the gods who demanded more than mere offerings. The symbolism of red had always been complex, a delicate balance between life and death, love and hate. But here, in this moment, it felt like a grim joke, the cosmos laughing at our naivete. Evelyn took a step back, her breath quickening. I moved closer, instinctively wanting to shield her from the very shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. "We have to go," I urged, but my voice was a whisper lost in the suffocating silence. The weight of our fears pressed down on us, yet something deeper gnawed at my insides, a longing to confront the specter lurking in the darkness, to unearth the truth buried beneath layers of myth and reality. Then he emerged, a figure cloaked in deep crimson, not the vibrant hue of life, but a deep, foreboding shade that spoke of pain and sorrow. Marcus, the man who haunted both our dreams and our waking hours, eyes glinting with a mix of hunger and despair. "You shouldn't have come here," he hissed, each word laced with venom as he stepped closer, the air thickening with his presence. "I remember," I muttered, flesh crawling, memories flooding back of laughter shared in sunlight, of whispered dreams in the dead of night. But now, the laughter felt like a cruel taunt, echoing against the grim reality that Marcus had become. The red of his cloak felt like chains, binding him to the darkness he once swore to fight. "You promised to protect us," I said through gritted teeth, anger bubbling like a cauldron ready to boil over. "The promises I made were for a world that no longer exists," he spat, and the raw intensity of his words struck like a blade, piercing through the fragile veneer of hope I clung to. "The red you see, it's not merely blood, it's the essence of everything we've lost. It's the sacrifice of innocence, the cost of survival." Evelyn gasped, stepping forward, her own heart pounding like a war drum. "You think we're afraid of the darkness? We've lived in it. We know its face, its fangs." Her defiance ignited something in me, a flicker of resolve against the overwhelming tide of despair. "But we also know the light that fights back, the love that refuses to die." "Love?" Marcus recoiled, laughter that was more madness than joy spilling from his lips. "Love is a weapon forged in blood, and you're too naive to wield it. You think you can save the world with mere sentiment." His eyes darkened, and I felt the air crackle, a prelude to tempestuous chaos. The memories surged within me, a tidal wave of laughter and joy intertwined with anguish. I remembered the tales of warriors who wore red not just to symbolize blood but to celebrate life's fierce beauty, their screams echoing across battlefields, their hearts pounding in unison. "You're wrong!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. Red is not just blood, it's the fire of passion, the essence of existence. But the shadows danced around Marcus, a dark halo of his past, and I realized he was lost in them, drowning in his own myths. The very red he wore was a shackle, a reminder of every life he could not save, every promise broken. "You don't understand," he hissed, desperation creeping into his tone. "The darkness isn't something you can fight. It's something you become." Evelyn stepped forward, her heart laid bare for all to see. "No, Marcus. You're right about one thing, the darkness can consume you. But it can also be conquered." Her voice was steady, resonating with the truth we both felt deeply. We don't need to wear the chains of our fears. We can weave a new myth, one that honors those we've lost, not through despair, but through the fierce light of hope. The alley fell silent, the shadows hovering like ghosts, uncertain of their next move. I could feel the weight of their gaze, caught between the struggle for redemption and the lure of despair. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that echoed through the cosmos, a single drop of red, heavy with both promise and peril. And then, the world tilted, the shadows shifting, a prelude to the confrontation yet to come. The air was electric with tension, a symphony of fear and hope intertwining, wrapping around us like a shroud. In that moment, I knew this was just the beginning, a thread woven into a tapestry of myths, legends, and the raw emotion that binds us all, a continuous cycle of heartbreak and triumph that would carry us into the unknown. The air crackled with electricity, the kind that clings to skin like a whisper of a ghost. The night was thick, a smothering blanket of darkness, punctuated by the flickering flames of a dying fire. There, in the flicker, shadows danced, twisted, contorted forms that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. I could taste the ash in the air, the remnants of what once was, and standing there was Lydia, eyes wide with a terror that made her look like a lost child, too fragile to hold the weight of the world. "Do you see it?" she breathed, her voice a fragile thread, trembling in the wind. "The river, it's alive." I felt my heart race, a drum pounding in my chest. I turned, following her gaze, and then I saw it, dark and swollen, the river snaked through the clearing, glimmering red under the moonlight. It was as if the earth itself wept, blood spilling from ancient wounds that were never truly healed. A shiver ran through me, for in that moment, I knew the night had teeth, and it was hungry. Beside Lydia stood Matteo, his jaw clenched tight, every muscle in his body coiled like a spring. The conflict within him was palpable, a tempest raging just beneath the surface. "We can't just stand here," he snapped, his voice a whip crack of urgency. "If the spirits are calling, but what were they calling for?" I could feel the whispers in the air, echoes of ancient chants swirling around us like a storm, each syllable heavy with promise and dread. The weight of the past hung over us, and with it, the realization that healing sometimes demanded a price. A price too steep for the faint of heart. I remember, Lydia's voice trailed off, lost in the rustle of leaves. I remember the stories, the sacrifices. Her hands trembled, fingers brushing against the earth, as if seeking solace from the very ground itself. They said the river speaks to those who listen, offering truth hidden in blood. Matteo's eyes darkened. Truth? Or just another trap? The fear in his voice was raw, a thin veneer covering the rage bubbling beneath. He was haunted by his own demons, combating the shadows of his past, the betrayal that clung to him like a second skin. "We're not here to pay for the sins of our ancestors. We're here to end this." The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night, each one like a desperate plea for salvation. Around us, the forest sighed, a living entity whispering secrets, urging us forward. I felt the pull, a magnetic force drawing me toward the river, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. "Lydia, please," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can't ignore what's right in front of us." My voice broke, but there was no room for hesitation. The river shimmered with a promise, beckoning, as if it knew the depths of our despair and the hope we clung to like lifelines. "I want to believe," she whispered, so soft it almost vanished into the night. "But what if it's a lie? What if we lose ourselves in the flood?" The river gurgled, a low murmur laced with the echoes of lives lost, dreams shattered. I stepped closer, entranced, the blood-red water swirling with memories of those who had come before us, their faces etched in the current. Each ripple told a story of love, loss, healing, and transformation, a cycle of existence that pulsed through time, connecting us all. "Look around you," Matteo said, his voice rising above the crackling fire. "This isn't just a river. It's a mirror. A reflection of our fears, our failures. Do we really want to plunge into that darkness?" His eyes flashed with anger, but underneath lay the vulnerability of a man grappling with his own past. He longed to be free, to escape the weight of his lineage. "It's not just darkness," Lydia countered, her voice steady now, a silent strength growing within her. "It's also light. Healing. We can't turn away from it." She extended her hand toward the river, trembling but resolute. "What if we can change it? Rewrite our story?" My breath caught. The idea hung in the air, electric and alive. The thought of rewriting a narrative steeped in pain, of turning rivers of blood into streams of hope, it was intoxicating. Yet, fear gnawed at my insides, a visceral reaction to the unknown. "Lydia, wait!" I cried, but it was too late. She stepped closer, her foot breaking the surface of the water, the river reaching up to grasp her. There was a moment, a heartbeat, where time stood still. The world held its breath as she sank deeper, the crimson waves enveloping her. A scream tore from Matteo's throat, raw and primal. "No!" He lunged forward, the darkness of his own struggles pouring out in that single, desperate word. I could see it in his eyes, the desperate need to save her, to save himself from the weight of abandonment that had dogged him for years. "Lydia!" I shouted, panic erupting within me, but the river absorbed her scream, twisting it into a chilling lullaby that echoed through the night. The shadows grew thicker, a smothering embrace, as I felt the pull of the river pulling at my own bones. I was caught between two worlds, between the fear of losing her and the aching desire to follow her into the depths of the unknown. "Are you ready?" The question lingered in the air, a soft murmur from the river as if it knew the truth we were too terrified to accept. In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the lives lost and the futures stolen, the stories woven into the very fabric of our existence. Healing was not a simple act, it was a transformative plunge into the chaos of our souls, a dance with the darkness, a confrontation with the blood that stained our past. And as I stood there, on the edge of that river, the moon casting a silvery glow over the swirling currents, I understood. We were not just witnesses to a shamanic tradition, we were a part of it, bodies entwined with the echoes of our ancestry, hearts beating in sync with the pulse of the universe. In that tug-of-war between fear and hope, the river shimmered, alive with possibility and pain, beckoning us to dive into its depths and emerge transformed. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin tossed into an abyss of darkness, an omen, a curse. I stood at the riverbank, the air thick and suffocating, laced with the metallic scent of blood that seeped from the shadows. It was not just water that coursed through this river, it was the collective grief of lost souls, the sorrow of dreams drowned in the depths, trapped in a cycle of despair. I could hear the soft weeping of the water, a haunting lullaby that promised nothing but pain. It whispered secrets, echoing through the night with a sinister familiarity, pulling me into its embrace. I remember the first time I met Ilara. She was a flicker of light in the dark, her laughter a haunting melody that danced on the breeze. But laughter can be deceiving. Beneath that bright exterior, she was a tempest, a heart torn apart by loss, aching with memories that felt like shards of glass lodged deep within. Her brother, Marcus, had disappeared into that very river 2 years prior, swallowed by its depths while searching for a truth neither of us could grasp. I remember, she stood by that river's edge, eyes glazed with longing, the weight of her grief a palpable fog that hung heavy around her. "Do you think he's out there?" she'd whispered once, her voice trembling, as if the river itself might hear her and respond. "Do you think he's a ghost now?" I wanted to tell her that ghosts were not born of rivers, they were born of memories and regrets, of unfulfilled promises. But how could I, standing there with my own shadows clawing at the edges of my mind? I had my demons too, fears that wrapped around my throat like vines, squeezing tighter when I thought of my father. A man whose presence had been a torrent of rage, leaving scars deeper than any river could carve into flesh. I remember the way his voice would thunder through our home, reminding me that I was never enough. Night after night, I'd cling to the hope that Elara would find her brother, that she would pull him from the river and bring him back to us, to me. But the river was relentless, a cruel mistress that promised nothing but despair. We would stand together, our silhouettes stark against the moonlit ripples, and I would watch as she traced her fingers over the surface, searching for a way to reach him. The river became a reflection of our souls, a canvas painted with blood and sorrow. I remember the day Elara decided to enter its depths, her resolve as fierce as a storm. "If I can just touch him," she said, determination igniting her eyes, "I can bring him home." It was reckless, insanity wrapped in a shroud of hope. I remember the shivering disbelief as I tried to grasp her reasoning. "Elara, no. You can't." But she was already stepping into the water, the current pulling her in, the cold biting at her skin. I felt my heart race, pounding against my chest like a drum. "Don't let me go," she cried, her voice a fragile thread woven into the chaos of the night. I reached out, fingers brushing against her wrist, but the river was unyielding, its depths hungry and dark. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I remember my breath hitching in my throat, the sensation of losing her, of watching the light fade from her eyes as she slipped beneath the surface. A scream clawed its way up my throat, but it was swallowed by the river's roar, consumed by the very darkness that had claimed so many before her. In that suffocating moment, all I could think of was the echoes of stories I had read, epic tales of heroes and monsters that paled against the raw reality unfolding before me. Time was a cruel trickster, it spiraled in on itself as I battled against the current, my body propelled by desperation, my mind a whirlwind of memories. I remember the faces of those who had come before, lost to the lure of the river, their stories tangled in the fabric of myth. They were warriors, lovers, dreamers. All of them had stood at the precipice, faced with choices that led them down a path of no return. "Marcus!" Elara's voice broke through the murky depths, but it was laced with a sadness that cut deeper than any blade. I could see her now, a mere silhouette against the darkness, her form dissolving into the nebulous water. I plunged deeper, my lungs screaming for air, the cold wrapping around me like a shroud. I reached for her, fingertips grazing her skin, but the river was a beast, twisting and turning, a tidal wave of despair that crashed over us both. As I pulled her back, I realized the river was not just a body of water, it was a mirror reflecting our fears, our regrets. It was an unyielding force, drawing us into its depths, testing our resolve. The river raged, swallowing our cries, drowning our hopes. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, was it mine or hers, as I fought to break free from its grasp, to pull her back from the brink. But as we surfaced, gasping for breath, I saw it, an image fleeting yet haunting. The river's current had shifted, and in the depths, I glimpsed shadows dancing, the faces of the lost swirling around us. They were the remnants of stories untold, the echoes of lives lived in anguish and joy. In that moment, I understood, the river was a conduit, a passage between the worlds of the living and the dead. And as Elara clung to me, her eyes wide with fear and a strange understanding, we realized that this was our fate, to be forever entwined with the river, part of a story that would never end, never resolve. The water lapped at the shore, a soft whisper in the night, beckoning us closer, promising both salvation and damnation. I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, the stories of those who had come before, the blood that had stained this land. We were not just witnesses, we were players in a game far older than ourselves, trapped in a cycle of myth and memory, of love and loss. I remember the river flowing beneath the moonlight, a crimson reflection of our own shattered souls, as we stood on the brink of something both terrifying and beautiful, teetering on the edge of oblivion, caught in the haunting embrace of the river of blood. The river churned beneath the moonlight, a dark serpent twisting through the remnants of a village once vibrant, now haunted by the echoes of battle. A chill wrapped around Lydia's throat, and she shivered, every drop of water glistening like a shard of glass, reflecting the war-torn sky. She stood at the water's edge, the soil damp beneath her bare feet, a reminder that even the earth felt the weight of what had come to pass. The air crackled with tension, a thin veil of silence beneath which the ghosts of the fallen murmured their grievances. In the distance, a flare illuminated the night like a dying star, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air, sharp as a knife. It was all happening again. Her heart raced. She remembered the stories that had filled her childhood, tales of honor and sacrifice, of rivers that ran red with blood and whispered secrets of past glories. But now, standing here, in this moment, those tales felt like a cruel joke. She was a messenger of sorrow, a daughter of the river, but the water had turned treacherous, no longer the lifeblood of her people, but a witness to their demise. It was then she heard it, the frantic splashing, a figure emerged from the shadows, gasping for breath. Alex, her brother, surged through the water, his body half submerged, eyes wide and wild. The disparity between them was stark. He was a soldier returning home, but home was nothing but a graveyard now. "Lydia," he yelled, his voice cracking, a desperate plea that cut through the night like a siren. "They're coming. We have to go." She barely recognized him, the boy who had once splashed in these waters, now a soldier wrapped in the cloak of war, his spirit frayed, haunted by what he had seen. The ghosts of his comrades clung to him like a second skin, and Lydia could feel their weight pressing down on her chest. She reached out, but the river surged, a riptide pulling him back. "Alex," she screamed, but the word fizzled out, lost in the tumult. His face contorted in anguish, a mixture of fear and determination. "We can't stay. Not here." Desperation hung heavy between them, an unspoken understanding of their shared grief. He was not just her brother, he was a reflection of what she could lose, the embodiment of their family's shattered dreams. "I remember," she whispered, the memories flooding her mind, days spent laughing by the river, the sun warming their skin, dreams buoyant on the water's surface. "I remember us." But the moment was fractured, the past a ghost she could no longer grasp. The river had pulled them apart, a chasm of blood and ash. The sound of footsteps pounded in the distance, a relentless march of boots, the rhythm of war thrumming through her veins. The silhouettes of soldiers emerged, shadows against the flickering flames of their crumbling world. Her heart tightened, a vice of terror. "We need to hide," she urged, her voice strained, but Alex was rooted to the spot, fear gripping his heart like a vice. "Lydia, I can't let them take you," he said, the words heavy with all the love and sacrifice they had shared. The night spent under the stars dreaming of freedom, of a world untainted by violence. But dreams had turned to dust, and here they were, standing at the edge of a nightmare. "You have to run. I won't leave you," she pleaded, stepping closer, feeling the pulse of her heartbeat thrum in tandem with the chaos around them. His eyes flickered with something akin to rage, a tempest of emotion battling against the reality that had ensnared them. "You must," he yelled, and in that moment, the world around them blurred into a cacophony of sound, gunfire, shouts, the cries of the wounded. Everything was crashing down, and she could feel the river beneath her, pulling, urging her to listen to its ancient promise. It had always been a source of life, but tonight it was a siren's call, a beckoning to surrender to the depths. The soldiers grew closer, their faces shrouded in the haunting shadows of the night. Alex stepped forward, the decision burning in his eyes like a dying ember. "Go, Lydia. You have to live." His voice cracked, the weight of his command suffocating her. A scream clawed at her throat, raw and primal, but it found no escape. She felt time fracture around them, memories flooding back, dreams of peace, the laughter of children, love that had blossomed in the heart of horror. But there was no more time. The river surged, a force of nature and blood, entwining them in its twisted fate. With a final look, she turned, feet pounding against the earth, the wet soil sucking at her heels. The world around her morphed into a blur of shadows and fear, but the river remained, a constant, pulsating presence. Each heartbeat echoed against the walls of her soul, driving her forward, the promise of survival intertwined with the chains of loss. The gunfire echoed behind her, a macabre symphony of chaos and destruction as she ran. She could feel the weight of the river's gaze, the tales of blood and betrayal swimming beneath the surface, entwined with the very fabric of her being. This was not just a story of war, it was a living testament of pain, of love lost in the face of overwhelming darkness. She stumbled, falling to her knees at the river's edge, the water lapping at her palms, cold and real. She pressed her forehead to the surface, tears mingling with the current that coursed beneath. I remember, she whispered, the words a desperate prayer, a longing for what had been, for what could never return. The river, the witness to their bloodshed and hope, echoed back the cries of a world torn apart, a relentless reminder that some stories never truly end, they simply flow into the next. The wind howled like a wounded animal, chilling every bone, every thought, whispering dread into the night. I stood in the darkness of the blood river, the cold moisture clinging to my skin like a shroud. A cry pierced the silence, raw and desperate, echoing off the ancient rocks, an omen, perhaps, of the sacrifice that would soon unfold. A woman's voice. Not just any voice, it was the voice of my mother, the pulse of generations, the heartbeat of the river itself. I remember her laughter, light and airy, now replaced with the weight of despair. Across the river, shadows flickered, figures moving with purpose, weaving through the trees like wraiths. I could see her, just a silhouette, my sister Nyla. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, as if the night itself conspired to steal her away. Fear gripped me, I wanted to run to her, to wrap my arms around her, but something, an unyielding force, held me back. A force more powerful than my love. A force forged in blood and fire, in the myths of our people, in the stories of women who had walked this land before. There are whispers in the night, stories passed down like heirlooms, each bearing the weight of unspoken truths. Women in blood river myths, powerful, haunted, wreathed in sacrifice. They carry burdens that twist their spines and burden their hearts. I remember the night my mother told me about Yora, the woman who defied the river's wrath, who took on the curse of water, blood, and fire. She fought for her children, for love, for a world that would not let her breathe. Power and sacrifice, she'd said, her eyes aflame with the spirit of those who had come before us. Women are the river. We are the currents that shape the land, the storms that carve valleys. And yet, her voice trembled, revealing a rift of sorrow that lay underneath. We are also the blood that stains the earth. Nyla always admired Yora. She would sit by the flickering firelight and let the stories wrap around her like a cloak. But admiration can turn to desperation. I saw that in her eyes now, the flicker of ambition mixed with fear, an insatiable yearning that threatened to consume her. Shadows danced around her, and I could see her breath hanging in the air, crystallizing wayward dreams. "Help me," she cried, her voice slicing through the night. "Help me become more than what I am." What does it mean to be more than what you are when the very essence of your being is steeped in sacrifice? I wanted to scream, to tell her that Yora's power came with a terrible price. But her eyes shone with a fire that left me breathless, a longing to break free from the chains of tradition, to carve her own legend into the blood-soaked earth. Time warped around us, a relentless clock ticking, echoing our heartbeat against the night. I remember the stories of the river, of women who had walked its banks, their sacrifices staining the waters red. The river is alive, they said. It remembers. It knows. Will you stand by me? Nyla's voice cut through my reverie, a desperate plea laced with fear. I saw her, vulnerable and fierce, a swirling storm ready to break. Would I become like those women in the stories, a mere echo of sacrifice, or would I find my own voice? I chose silence. The shadows whispered secrets, a cacophony of fears and dreams, urging us toward the river's edge. They promised power if we surrendered to the currents, if we dared to confront the very myths that held us captive. I felt the weight of those stories pressing down upon us, binding us to a legacy of blood and tears. "I'm going to do it," she declared, a spark igniting in her chest. "I'll call upon the river. I'll speak to Yora. I'll make them listen." The air thickened with tension, raw and electric. I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the precipice she balanced upon, but her determination pulsed like a heartbeat, and I felt it reverberate within me. Would I betray her, or would I stand with her, knowing the potential cost? The night held its breath, waiting for the moment when choice would become destiny. I caught a glimpse of Nyla's face, fierce and radiant, drowning in the darkness yet glowing with a light that seemed otherworldly. She was both terrified and intoxicating, a force of nature driven by the whispers of our ancestors. "Join me," she urged once more, her voice fierce as the tide. "We are the daughters of the river, the keepers of its secrets. We have the power." But power is a double-edged sword, and I could feel the blade cutting through my confidence, leaving a gash of uncertainty. What if the river didn't want us? What if the sacrifice demanded was too great? I remember the stories of the women who had come before us, their voices echoing in the depths of the night, their sacrifices woven into the fabric of the land. They stood at the river's edge, just as we did now, contemplating the weight of destiny, caught between the currents of power and sacrifice. The ghosts of those women swirled around us, their whispers mingling with the wind. They pulled me into their haunting rhythm, urging me to lean into courage, to embrace the unknown. "Together," I whispered, a fragile thread of hope weaving through my fear. "Together." Nyla nodded, her eyes glistening with determination, the light of our shared lineage shining through the fog of uncertainty. And then, as if the river itself had answered, the water surged, reflecting the moon's gaze with a brilliance that ignited our souls. In that moment, I understood the truth: we were bound by blood, by sacrifice, by the indomitable spirit of women who dared to stand at the river's edge. I took her hand, feeling the heat radiating between us. We stood together, shaking against the storm, ready to embrace the legends we would become. And just like that, the night thickened with anticipation, the river beckoning. The moment loomed, heavy with the weight of decisions yet to be made, the echoes of power and sacrifice swirling in a tempest waiting to unleash its fury. The winds howled louder as we stepped forward, two sisters intertwined by fate, ready to plunge into the depths of the myth that had shaped our lives. The darkness welcomed us, a promise of transformation wrapped in uncertainty. Here we stood, poised between the river and the legends, the pulse of the night thrumming in our veins, ready to write our own story, a story that would ripple through time, ever haunting, ever alive. The air was thick with tension, a suffocating heaviness that hung like a shroud over the scene. The river of blood surged beneath the moonlight, its crimson waters reflecting an unsettling beauty that twisted the stomach. A lone figure stood at the bank, heart racing, eyes wide with horror. This was no ordinary river, it was a testament to humanity's sins, an echo of every atrocity committed against nature, a tangible reminder of what was at stake. I remember the first time I saw it, she whispered, voice barely a breath above the rustling of leaves. Lena, a woman forged in the fires of loss, stood frozen, her dark hair whipping in the wind as she clutched a tattered notebook, pages filled with desperate scribbles, reminders of what she once believed, what she fought hard to protect. Each word, a silent prayer. I remember watching the water swallow the colors, the fish, the life. Beside her, Jamie struggled against the despair clawing at his insides, a ghost of the man he once was. He could still hear the laughter of children echoing in his memory, the bubbling joy of a summer day by the river, now tainted by the reality of pollution and neglect. "Don't you see, Lena? This was our home. It was beautiful." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, haunted by visions of innocence lost, dreams shattered like glass. "Now it bleeds. It bleeds for all of us." The silence stretched between them, suffocating yet electric, pulsing with the weight of unspoken truths. Shadows danced around them, the trees whispering secrets only they could understand, tales of the past that lingered like ghosts. A flicker of movement caught Lena's eye. She turned just in time to see a deer, its coat dark and matted, stumbling toward the river. It was drawn by an instinct so pure it broke her heart. She could see the desperation behind its eyes, the confusion. "Jamie, look!" Her voice cracked, a raw edge of urgency. "It's not safe." But the river sang a siren song, calling to the innocent, promising solace in its depths. The deer approached, tentative steps betraying its fear. Lena felt a surge of anger rise within her, anger at the river, at the world, at herself. Memories flooded back, the broken promises of her childhood, the laughter of her father as he taught her to fish, the way the water sparkled under the sun. "We did this," she shouted into the night, fists clenched. "We took everything beautiful and crushed it under our boots. The deer paused, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent of the blooded water. Lena's heart raced, a drumbeat of despair. What have we become? We were meant to be guardians, not destroyers. The words echoed in her mind, bouncing off the trees like a haunting refrain, and she felt the weight of responsibility crush her chest. She was a part of this collective failure, and that knowledge gnawed at her soul. Jamie, wrestling with his own demons, turned to her, eyes fierce yet fragile. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. We can't let this continue. We have to do something, Lena. The urgency in his voice sparked something deep within her, igniting a flame that had long been extinguished by despair. But what? What can we do against a force that feels so endless? Her voice trembled, desperation seeping through each word. As they stood on the precipice of decision, the river bubbled and churned, a living entity that seemed to pulse with their emotions, a reflection of their internal chaos. It was a reminder of everything they cherished, everything they were losing. Lena reached for Jamie's hand, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the darkness. Together, she whispered, and the word felt monumental, like a pact sealed with fate. They began to walk along the bank, each step a defiance against the tide of hopelessness that threatened to drown them. The moonlight flickered on the surface of the water, illuminating patches of refuse, forgotten remnants of human neglect, plastic bottles, twisted metal, the bones of what once was. Every piece of trash tells a story, Lena muttered, her heart heavy with sorrow. A story of carelessness, of oblivion. Jamie stopped, kneeling to pick up a scrap of paper, its edges frayed, the words barely legible. Look, he said, voice a whisper of awe. It's a note. Someone wrote this here. The paper crinkled between his fingers, and as he read aloud, the words sliced through the night air, I'm sorry for what we've done. We didn't see. We didn't care. Forgive us. Lena shivered, as if the river itself were breathing, manifesting their collective guilt. How many more notes lay buried beneath the surface, she mused, staring into the depths. How many more lives intersected with this blooded water? Their journey along the bank grew more urgent, each step a testament to their resolve. But the river surged, a powerful undercurrent that threatened to pull them under. It was a reminder that nature had its own way of responding to human actions, cruel and unforgiving, yet also beautiful in its resilience. They were but two souls in a world spinning recklessly, and they felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath. Do you think it's too late? Jamie's voice broke the silence, heavy with dread. I don't know, Lena admitted, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. But I can't stand still. I can't just watch it bleed. And in that moment, as the river whispered its secrets and the night wrapped around them like a cloak of sorrow, Lena and Jamie became more than mere witnesses. They became a part of the story, a desperate plea for redemption, for a chance to heal the scars of the earth before it was too late. The river surged, and they stood at its edge, hearts pounding in sync with the pulse of the world, ready to confront the darkness that awaited them. The moon loomed high, a sickly yellow eye staring down at the city, casting long shadows like fingers clawing at the pavement. In an alley drenched in darkness, the air was thick with tension. A scream shattered the stillness, echoing off the damp brick walls. I felt it pulse through my veins, a ripple of fear that made my heart race. The night was alive, but not in the way one might hope. It was a night of death and despair, a night when blood no longer flowed through veins but pooled in rivers, ready to tell their stories. Maya stood trembling, her back pressed against the wall, her breath coming in frantic gasps. She was a ghost of her former self, hollowed out by loss, the recent memory of her brother's disappearance clawing at her chest. She knew the legends, whispered in hushed tones around flickering campfires. Blood rivers, they said, flowed through the streets at midnight, the souls of the lost coursing through them, seeking vengeance or solace. The city had become a graveyard of hopes, and every corner held a secret darker than the last. Get out of here, Maya, came a gruff voice, ripping her from her thoughts. It was Aidan, his face a mask of urgency, eyes wide and darting as if he could see the shadows creeping closer. He was a friend, but also a reminder of her own failures, his laughter once a comfort now echoed with the weight of what they had lost. This isn't a game. But it felt like a game, didn't it? A cruel, Twisted game. I have to find him, Aiden, she said, her voice trembling, but determination igniting a spark within her. He's out there. He shook his head, and in that moment, she saw the flicker of fear behind his bravado, the way his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. You don't understand what you're dealing with, he warned, his voice a low growl. They say those who search for blood rivers never return. Maya's mind spun. She remembered. I remember the stories our parents told us, huddled close under the blanket of night. How the rivers were born from grief, how they promised power to those bold enough to drink from them. But they had a darker purpose, too, a toll that demanded everything. Aiden was just another reminder of the edges she walked, the fragile balance between hope and despair. He pulled at her, trying to drag her back into the safety of the light, but she was drawn forward, toward the darkness, toward the blood rivers that promised to wash away her pain. Please, she begged, desperation tightening her throat. I can feel him. He's close. The words were a prayer, a plea to the universe. The city around them pulsed with a life of its own. Shadows danced, twirling in rhythms that matched her racing heart. Aiden glanced down the alley, where a flicker of movement caught his eye. What was that? He whispered, fear threading through his voice. The shadows seemed to pulse, alive and hungry, wrapping around them like tendrils seeking to pull them into the abyss. And then, from the depths of the darkness, a chill wind blew, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of iron. Maya's stomach sank. She could almost hear the whispers, luring her deeper into the night. It's him, she murmured, unsure if she was convincing Aiden or herself. But Aiden's resolve was crumbling. Maya, we have to leave. Now. His grip tightened on her wrist, pulling her back, yet every ounce of her being screamed to push forward. Somewhere in that darkness, her brother was waiting. With a sudden burst of clarity, she wrenched free from his grasp. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to believe. But I can't stop. I won't stop. And with that, she ventured further into the alley, the shadows swallowing her whole. The air thickened as she stepped into a world where memories bled into reality, where the weight of the past pressed down like a shroud. Aiden hesitated, torn between the urge to protect her and the instinct to run. He had lost people before, and the thought of losing her gnawed at him, a relentless beast in his gut. Maya, he called, but the darkness devoured his voice, leaving him suffocated in silence. The wall seemed to close in around Maya, the narrow passageway twisting and turning. She could hear the echoes of laughter, the ghosts of her memories haunting her. Would she find her brother waiting at the end of this nightmare? Or would she discover the truth that lay buried beneath the blood-stained streets? Each step felt heavy, laden with the weight of the stories sewn into the very fabric of the city. She remembered the tales of others who had ventured too far into the night, searching for solace, only to find madness instead. I can't lose you. I can't lose you, the words echoed in her mind, a mantra against the suffocating darkness. But the shadows danced, taunting her with glimpses of what could have been, twisting the reality of her heartache into something grotesque. She could almost see him, her brother's face shining in that pale light, a beacon of hope. It was intoxicating, maddening, and terrifying all at once. And then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it, a faint glimmer, a trickle of red snaking its way along the cobblestones, shimmering like a broken promise. Her breath caught in her throat, a whisper of dread curling around her heart. Blood River. The legend had been real all along. As she took a step closer, the world around her began to blur. Aiden was shouting her name, his voice reverberating in her bones, but it felt distant, like a memory. The closer she got, the more the blood shimmered, pulling her in, promising answers, a reunion steeped in the echo of loss. Maya reached out, fingers trembling. In that moment, the air crackled with energy, charged with all the pain and longing of 1,000 stories untold. She could feel the city around her pulse, the heartbeat of the night syncing with her own, each thump a reminder that time was slipping away. And then she felt it, a pull, a whisper, a rush of emotion that thundered in her ears. It was all there, waiting for her, yet filled with the weight of every sacrifice, every story that had traded life for power. She knew, deep down, that crossing that threshold would change everything, forever binding her to the blood rivers and the fates of those who dared to seek them. And as she took that final step into the unknown, the world exploded around her, a cacophony of colors and sounds, the river swirling with memories, dreams, and the haunting cries of those who had come before. The night held its breath, and somewhere in the distance, a clock ticked ominously, counting down toward an unknown fate. The shadows closed in, but this was just the beginning. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the drums thundered in the background, a primal rhythm that bled into the very bones of the earth. I stood there, shadows flickering in the dim light, heart pounding in a syncopated beat with the pulse of the ritual around me. The night hung heavy with anticipation, a dark shroud pulled tight over the gathering. I could feel it, that raw energy crackling like static electricity, weaving through the crowd, the fear, the reverence, the unholy hunger for something more. In the center, a figure knelt, arms raised to the sky, his face a mask of devotion and dread. The flickering flames danced across his features, casting him in and out of focus, a ghostly presence anchored to the earth by the weight of his convictions. And there was Mara, standing at the edge, her hands trembling at her sides, caught in the web of conflicting emotions that twisted her heart in knots. She was torn between the man she loved and the blood-soaked tradition that threatened to consume him whole. "I remember," she whispered, voice barely breaking the tension. "I remember when we thought this was just a story, a tale spun to scare children, not a reality." Her eyes flicked to me, wide and glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the firelight like scattered stars. But here we are, in the dark, and it's real. Blood for life, blood for protection. It's madness. Across the clearing, Anton, the man at the center of this chaos, lowered his arms as if hearing her unspoken plea. A flash of doubt crossed his face. Did he still have a choice? The weight of his ancestors lay heavy upon him, a mantle woven from sacrifices made long before he took his first breath. He had been taught that blood was sacred, that it flowed not just through the veins but through the very fabric of existence itself. The lesson echoed in his mind, haunting, relentless. Suddenly, the air split with a scream, a roar, piercing sound that echoed through the night, a banshee's wail that sliced through the heartbeat of the drums. The moment hung suspended, time unraveling. I could feel Mara's breath hitch in her throat, a bird caught in a snare, and in that instant, Anton's resolve shattered like glass. The ritual demanded a life, a price paid in crimson, a life that teetered on the edge of his conscience, a life that might just be his own. "Do you remember?" Anton's voice thundered, a mixture of fury and despair. "Do you remember how they told us this was the only way? How without this, the harvest would fail, and the village would turn to dust?" His eyes darted from Mara to the shadows, searching for answers that eluded him. I felt the air shift, a tension coiling tighter, wrapping around us like a serpent preparing to strike. "I can't, I won't do it." The words were a declaration, a lifeline thrown into the storm, yet they trembled with the weight of inevitability. "What choice do we have?" Mara's voice hardened, a steel edge cutting through the fog of fear. "You think they'll let us live if we turn our backs? This is tradition. This is the world we were born into." Her heart beat in tandem with the drums, desperation knitting her brows together, the sadness in her eyes mixing with a fierce determination. But there was something else lurking beneath her resolve, a flicker of doubt that danced like smoke in the air. What if the stories were lies? What if blood didn't bind the living to the dead, but severed them, left them hollow and broken? A shadow passed over her face, and for a moment, the ghost of a child flashed before her, before we knew what sacrifice meant, before the weight of blood stained our hands. I could feel the tension rippling through the crowd, a living entity, pulsing with anxious energy. The flames flared higher, illuminating the faces of those who gathered, each one painted in shades of fear and fervor. The echoes of whispered prayers and curses mingled in the night, creating a haunting symphony that filled the void. Every heartbeat felt like a drum roll, an ominous countdown to a moment teetering on the brink of chaos. "I remember," I breathed, swallowed by the memories of those who had come before us, the countless lives snuffed out beneath the weight of tradition, the blood spilled in the name of gods who seemed to care little for our mortal fears. I remember their eyes, glassy and unseeing, staring into nothingness as they lay on the altar, yet we still believe, we still cling to these rituals as if they can save us. Anton's gaze hardened, a warrior awakening within him, battling against his own demons. If we cannot break free, if we cannot choose our path, then what are we? The question hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty, a dark echo against the bright flames. Are we nothing more than pawns in a game played by our ancestors? Are we their ghosts, forever trapped in this cycle of blood? The shadows whispered around us, carrying secrets from the past. The stories of the ancients clawed at the edges of my mind, but here, in this moment, the past felt like a shackle, a remnant of something that threatened to choke us. Time twisted and turned, and as the drums crescendoed, it felt like the heartbeat of the universe was urging us toward a reckoning. Mara stepped forward, her voice rising above the haunting melody of the drums. Then let us be the ones to change it. Let us rewrite the story, carve our names into the fabric of this night. Blood does not bind us, it should free us. And with those words, the world trembled, the air crackled with possibility, and the drums thudded louder, a rallying call echoing through the ages. The confrontation loomed ahead, a storm gathering force, a tempest woven from fear, love, and the hunger for freedom. I could feel the weight of their emotions wrap around me, pulling me deeper into the fray. The night stretched on, a canvas of darkness and light, a ritual that was just beginning. The blood of those who came before us pulsed in our veins, and as the flames flickered and danced, it felt like the beginning of something monumental, something that would echo through the corridors of time. And just like that, the story spiraled further into the dark, the rhythm of the drums a heartbeat that would never cease. The fire crackled, and in its glow, we stood on the precipice of a choice, teetering between legacy and rebellion. In this moment, blood became more than just a sacrifice, it became a symbol of the fight for our souls. The river flowed like a lifeline, twisting and turning, a dark vein pulsing through the heart of the valley. The wind whispered secrets, carrying the scent of damp earth and something metallic, something like fear. In the distance, shadows flickered, a figure, desperate, stumbling towards the water's edge, each step a prayer, or perhaps a curse. I can almost hear their breath, ragged and broken, cutting through the stillness of the night. I remember, oh, how I remember, the way the moonlight danced upon the surface, illuminating the currents like fleeting memories, each flash a moment lost to time. It calls to us, the river, with its seductive murmur. To drink from it, to plunge beneath its depths. But the price is steep. Blood sings in the dark, a reminder of sacrifices made, the cost of what we desire. Celine stood there, her heart a tempest, a storm raging behind her eyes. The shadows around her seemed to pulse, alive, as if the very earth itself was drawn to her anguish. She was not just a woman, she was a vessel of hope and despair, caught in the undertow of fate. The pain of loss cut deep, leaving scars that bled memories of a brother lost to the river's treachery. He was my anchor, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper against the cacophony of rushing water. Her fingers danced along the edge of the bank, trembling, as if they could beckon him back from the depths. And then, there was Eric. Oh, Eric! How the weight of his past wrapped around him like a shroud. A warrior with blood on his hands, and yet, he was haunted by the echoes of laughter and joy that had once filled his life. The river had claimed his innocence, it had swallowed dreams and spit out nightmares. He stood behind Celine, torn between the urge to comfort her and the fear of the darkness within himself. "You're chasing shadows," he said, his voice low and rasping, filled with a sorrow that crushed beneath its weight. Let the river have its secrets. But she wouldn't listen. I remember the way she turned to him, her eyes ablaze with defiance. "It took everything from me. I won't let it take you too." Their shared history hung in the air, love laced with longing, memories marred by tragedy. The river rippled, reflecting their turmoil, drawing them closer to its edge, beckoning them to plunge into its depths. I remember the stories told around fires, of gods and monsters, of rivers that ran red with the blood of sacrifices, of the myths that whispered through the ages. The very essence of life flows in rivers, and yet, blood is its counterpart, the reminder of mortality, of our fragile existence. Each droplet carries tales of those who dared to tread upon the banks, to confront their demons, to seek what lay beyond the horizon. But tonight, the air was thick with tension, the atmosphere charged like the moments before a storm. Celine stepped closer, her feet sinking into the mud, the river's call growing louder, filling her senses. "I will not fear it," she breathed, a mantra woven from desperation. "I will find him." Eric reached out, his hand brushing against her arm, a fleeting connection, a tether to life. What if he's gone? What if the river has taken him for good? His voice trembled, laden with the weight of his own failures. Shadows danced in his mind, memories of battles fought, of blood spilled, of guilt that gnawed at his conscience like a ravenous beast. "I remember," Celine's voice cracked, anguish bubbling beneath the surface. "I remember the day he laughed. We chased fireflies until the stars blinked awake. He held my hand, and the world felt alive. Now it's a graveyard of dreams." The river gurgled in response, a cruel reminder of what had been lost. It seduced her with promises, cloaked in darkness. "Celine," Eric cautioned, desperation threading through his voice, "don't let it drown you. Don't let it take everything." But she was already slipping away, pulled by the current of her own grief. Memories flashed like distant fireworks, illuminating her resolve. She could almost see him, wading through the water, laughing. "I have to try." With that, she stepped into the river, the water cool and alive against her skin, a pulse rising to meet her heart. Eric made to grab her, panic surging, but the river roared, roaring like a beast awakened. "Celine!" The word echoed, reverberating through the night, a cry of desperation that cut through the darkness. The river churned, and with it, the ghosts of the past rose, swirling around them like wraiths, taunting, beckoning. Each ripple carried the weight of those who had succumbed, weaving a tapestry of sorrow. The moon watched with a cold indifference, illuminating the scene with silver light, and for a moment, time seemed to hold its breath, as if the world paused at the precipice of hope and despair. "Come back!" Eric shouted, his voice cracking, caught between the need to save her and the memories that threatened to drown him too. It spiraled into a frantic gasp, a manifestation of everything they had lost, the innocence, the dreams, the love. But the river was relentless, swirling, pulling Celine deeper into its embrace. "I remember," she whispered, the current wrapping around her like a lover, intoxicating, bittersweet. "I remember the joy, the laughter. I will not let it go." But joy is as fleeting as the flicker of candlelight, a soft glow that fights against the dark. The river surged, and with it, shadows of sacrifice loomed larger, threatening to engulf them. And as they stood on the brink of the abyss, everything shifted. The air thickened, the river's pulse quickened, and the night rang with unvoiced tension. They were no longer just facing the river, they were confronting their own inner demons, the very essence of what it means to be human. In that moment, the world around them blurred, a frenetic dance of light and shadow, the haunting echoes of their past intertwining with their present. And the river flowed on, eternal, echoing the heartbeats of those who dared to love, to lose, to live. Their destinies intertwined, like the current that carried both the weight of blood and the fluidity of life, a paradox of existence, suspended in the air, waiting for that inevitable moment when the stories would collide. So they stood, caught in a web of memories and choices, both beckoned by the whispering river and haunted by the ghosts of their past, waiting as the river surged forward, unrelenting, unyielding, into the darkness ahead. The moon hung heavy, a swollen eye peering through the jagged rooftops of a city that had forgotten the warmth of daylight. Muffled cries echoed in the alleyways, a symphony of despair rising from the depths of a broken heart. I stood there, breath caught like a sparrow in a snare, as the scent of blood cut through the cold night air, sharp, metallic, suffocating. I could almost taste it, the tang of survival mixed with the bitterness of loss. In the shadows, I saw Mara, her hands trembling, stained crimson as she clutched a torn piece of fabric, a fragment of his shirt, Elias's shirt. The last remnants of a love that had once burned bright, now reduced to a threadbare whisper. "They took him," she said, her voice a ghostly wisp, quivering with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. I could see the cracks in her resolve, the way her shoulders sagged with the burden of his absence. I remember the first time I met Elias, the way his laughter danced through the air, infectious and wild, like sunlight spilling through the cracks in a darkened room. He was always the sun, I was the shadow, forever lurking just out of reach. But in that moment, as Mara began to unravel her grief, I felt a pulsing connection, a shared heartbeat thrumming in the darkness. "We have to find him," I urged, but even as the words left my lips, a suffocating dread coiled around my chest. "Mara," my voice faltered. "How do you chase a ghost?" "Blood binds us," she whispered, her gaze piercing through the veil of night. "But blood can also break us." The weight of her words pressed down, thick and suffocating, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. I could see the shadows stretching, morphing into figures, specters of our past, friends lost to the chaos, dreams dashed against the jagged rocks of fate. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the fragility of our bonds, a reminder that connection often comes with a price. In moments like these, I felt the world shift beneath my feet. I remember when we were carefree, 3 friends tangled in laughter, spinning wild tales beneath the stars. But life has a way of seeping into those bright moments, tainting them with darkness. What if he's gone for good? I dared to voice the fear gnawing at my insides. Mara's silence was a knife, sharp and clean, slicing through my hope. The city around us was a living thing, breathing in anguish, the shadows pressing closer, as if they were listening, waiting. "If we don't find him, it's like we'll never be whole again," she said, her eyes glistening with a fierce determination, but I could see the cracks of doubt beneath her bravado. As we moved deeper into the heart of the city, I could feel the pulse of the streets beneath our feet, the rhythm of life intertwined with the echoes of death. Every alley whispered secrets, every corner held a memory. The clock tower loomed above, its hands ticking relentlessly, a reminder that time waits for no one. Then came the moment, the confrontation that lurked like a specter in the back of my mind. A figure stepped out of the shadows, a silhouette against the flickering light of a distant street lamp. It was Yarek, Elias's brother, whose eyes were pools of darkness, brimming with unspoken rage. You brought this upon us," he spat, the venom lacing his words like daggers. I shrank back, the air thick with tension, the space between us vibrating with accusation. "I didn't know. I couldn't, don't you dare. You think your blood gives you the right to stand there and play innocent?" His voice cracked, revealing a raw wound that pulsed in the night. "You're nothing but a coward." In that moment, I felt the weight of our shared history, an unbreakable thread woven from childhood laughter to the bitter edge of betrayal. The memories pulled at my heart, refusing to let me go. "Stop!" Mara's voice cut through the suffocating air, and for a fleeting second, the world stilled. We're all connected. All of us, whether we like it or not. Yarek's fury flickered, the fire of his rage dimming ever so slightly as he looked at her. I knew then that beneath his anger lay a desperate need for connection, for clarity in a world gone mad. "But what if that connection is stained with blood?" he whispered, the question haunting and heavy. I felt a ripple of understanding pass between us, a shared longing for what was lost. The blood that flowed through our veins linked us, but it was also a reminder of the darkness we carried, the ghosts we were haunted by. "Elias!" I called out into the night, a desperate plea that echoed back to me, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. I could feel the blood coursing through my veins, pulsing with a fierce urgency, mixing with the memory of laughter and love. "We have to find him. We have to face this darkness together." And as the words left my lips, I realized that this was not just a fight for Elias, but for us all. A battle to reclaim the pieces of ourselves that had been lost in the shadows. Mara stepped forward, her hand reaching out to Yarek, bridging the distance between them. "Let's find him. Together. We can't let blood be the thing that tears us apart." In that moment, the air crackled with possibility, the tension shifting like the tide. I could feel the connection binding us, tenuous yet unbreakable, a fragile web woven from pain and hope, darkness and light. And as we turned to face the looming unknown, the night stretched before us, vast and unyielding, every step a heartbeat echoing with the promise of connection, the weight of blood as both a burden and a bond. The city whispered secrets in the dark, and we, bound by loss, driven by love, were ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The air hung thick with the scent of blood and smoke, a cloying reminder of the past. Shadows danced under the flickering light of the dying fire, morphing into twisted shapes that whispered secrets of old, as if the very earth beneath our feet was alive with the weight of history. The night was alive, crackling with the tension of unspoken words, and I could feel it coil around my heart, squeezing until I almost gasped. I remember the moment vividly, like a scar etched into my memory. The elders gathered, their voices low, weaving tales into the fabric of the night, each word a pulse, each phrase a heartbeat. They spoke not just of legends but of truths buried deep, truths that clawed their way back to the surface when the world turned its back. I could sense the fear radiating from Naima, her hands trembling as she clutched a worn-out talisman around her neck. It was a simple piece, yet it bore the weight of generations, symbols of protection now faded, like the stories that once echoed through our lands. Naima, you need to speak, I urged, my voice trembling as I stood at the precipice of understanding. They can't silence us forever. But the words hung like a guillotine over our heads, sharp and unfaltering. The colonizers had come, and with them, the relentless tide of erasure, the indifference to our identities, our bloodlines, our very souls. I remember the day the settlers arrived, how the sun seemed to dim, how the birds fell silent, as if even nature held its breath. The striking contrast of their pale skin against the rich hues of our earth struck me like a gut punch. They believed they came to save us, but with each step they took, they marked the land with a slaughter that echoed in our blood. But Naima's heart was a storm, turbulent and restless. Do you think they care? She whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the cacophony of that night. They don't want to hear our stories, they want to bury them. Her eye sparkled with unshed tears, reflecting the firelight like shards of broken glass. I felt that pain reverberate through me, a reminder of my own haunting shadows. I had a history, a family torn apart by the very myths we were now fighting to reclaim. My mother's stories were the last bastions of resistance, but with each passing day, they faded, lost to the winds of change. I remember when she told me about the river of blood, I murmured, turning towards the flickering flames, the heat a comforting blanket against the chill of despair. How it flowed with the pain of our ancestors. Blood of the fallen, Naima echoed, a tremor lacing her voice. The words were a spell, binding us to a history we could neither escape nor fully embrace. They think they can rewrite our tales, that they can paint over the truths with their lies. But the river remembers. A rustle in the brush drew our gazes, and we held our breath, the silence thick and suffocating. In that moment, it was as if the past had risen from the ashes, ready to confront the present. I could see a figure emerge, cloaked in shadow. Fear clawed at my throat, yet curiosity urged me forward. It was Kale, a spirit of the old world, a figure cloaked in both fear and reverence. His presence hummed with untold stories, the air around him crackling with a foreboding energy. "Do you seek the truth?" he asked, his voice deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Yes," I replied, feeling Naima's hand tighten around mine, our fingers interlaced like roots of a withering tree. "But truth is a heavy burden." "And yet," Kale said, stepping closer, his eyes smoldering with a raw intensity, "it is the only weapon left." His gaze bore into us, and I felt the weight of centuries pressing down. The river flows, and it carries the blood of those who have suffered in silence. Will you let it wash over you, or will you drown in its depths? A shiver skated down my spine as the implications of his words settled in. The river was not just a story, it was alive, a living entity that demanded to be acknowledged. I could feel it calling to me, a siren song that tugged at the fibers of my being. "I remember the stories," Naima said, her voice a soft tremor against the crackling fire. "I remember the pain, the laughter, the loss. It ebbs and flows, our blood is tied to this land." But the fear was palpable, threading itself through the very fabric of our souls. The confrontation was inevitable, a clash of identities, of histories entwined and fraying at the edges. We were standing on the precipice of something monumental, caught between the stories of our ancestors and the relentless tide of erasure that followed colonial footsteps. "Do not let them silence you," Kale urged, his voice rising like the swell of the river. "Your stories are not just tales, they are the lifeblood of your people. Fight for them, even when the shadows loom large." I felt the fire within me ignite, a flicker of defiance against a world hell-bent on erasing us. The air crackled with tension, heavy with memories of battles fought and lives lost. As I met Naima's gaze, I saw the storm brewing within her, an echo of my own. Together, I whispered, the word a promise, a pact forged in the fires of our ancestors. We'll rise from the ashes, like embers refusing to die. The night stretched on, filled with the weight of unspoken truths and the piercing cries of our history. The shadows grew longer, darker, as if the very essence of our reality was colliding with the past. I heard the river calling, a haunting melody that would not let go, echoing through the dark corners of my mind. And so we stood, on the threshold of the unknown, hearts pounding in rhythm with the stories that demanded to be told. The river was alive, its current swirling with the blood of our ancestors, a reminder that we are not just echoes in the night, we are the voices that refuse to be silenced, the warriors of our own narrative. As the stars above blinked down like ancient witnesses, I could feel the inevitability of what lay ahead, a confrontation with the ghosts of our past, a battle against the tides that sought to wash us away. And deep down, I knew this was only the beginning, a relentless march toward reclaiming what was ours. The blood river would flow, and its stories would rise again, unyielding and fierce. The moon hung low, heavy with secrets, casting silvery shadows on the surface of the river. It sighed, a mournful sound, the kind that echoed through the heart of the forest, where trees stood like silent sentinels. I stood at the edge, my feet sinking into the mud, memory swirling around me like the mist rising from the water. This river had seen more than I would ever know. It was a witness, a keeper of pains and triumphs, an unyielding force. I remember the night he plunged into its depths, a wildness in his eyes. Cassian, my brother, the hero I couldn't save. He sought glory, but glory is a ravenous beast, always demanding blood. I'll be back, he had shouted, his voice a throatful of bravado, even as the current whispered warnings. The river's fingers lapped at his legs, pulling him closer to its dark embrace. You don't understand. I screamed after him, but the words dissolved into the night, lost in the hungry roll of the water. He was always searching, always chasing something just out of reach. It was like watching a moth dance too close to the flame. Cassian wore his courage like armor, but I could see the cracks beneath, the fear of never being enough. I was the tether, the one who kept him grounded, or so I thought. But the river promised him something greater, a destiny drenched in myth and legend, a tapestry woven with the blood of sacrifices. I found myself at the riverbank days later, where the shadows grew thicker and the air felt electric, crackling with the tension of unshed tears. Across the water, a figure emerged, Ilara, the fierce warrior with a heart of ice and a soul that burned too bright. She had lost her own brother in the fight against darkness, a battle that felt like a fever dream, all smoke and shadows. The river had called her too, just like it had Cassian, luring her with the promise of revenge, the sweet thrill of redemption. Ilara! I shouted, my voice cracking like the fragile surface of the world we once knew. She glanced at me, her eyes a storm of grief and rage. You should turn back, she warned. But neither of us could turn our backs on what lay ahead. The river's song was haunting, a melody of trials wrapped in sorrow and sacrifice. Why do we always think we can conquer the currents? I pondered aloud, my heart racing with the weight of her presence. Each time, the river demands something from us. Her silence was a chasm, an abyss filled with the ghosts of dreams unfulfilled. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely a breath against the roaring water. I remember stepping into the current, believing I could fight it. But it dragged me under, showed me the depths of my own darkness. I saw the flash of pain in her eyes, a truth that cut deeper than the sharpest blade. The river, it seemed, was not just a passage, it was a crucible, testing the mettle of those who dared to traverse its path. Each ripple held a whisper of the past, a haunting reminder that every hero is forged through trials, that every victory demands a price. As the moon illuminated our faces, I felt the electric tension crackle between us, wordless and heavy. Our shared losses tethered us, two broken souls grasping for the light amidst the shadows. Beneath the surface, the river stirred, angry and restless, as if aware of our fears. Do you hear it? Ilara asked, her voice trembling with urgency. The call of the river? I nodded, my breath catching. It was a seductive pull, a promise that twisted around our hearts like ivy, suffocating yet beautiful. What if it demands everything? I asked, the weight of the question like a stone in my chest. The river's waters swirled with a deep, brooding intensity, as if taunting us with the enormity of the sacrifice that lay ahead. "I'm not afraid," she declared, fierce determination igniting a fire in her voice. "I will face it. I will face whatever it takes." But I felt the familiar ache of doubt. I was not a warrior. I was the anchor, the one left behind. "And if the river takes you?" The words spilled out, heavy with the dread that had taken root in my heart. "What then, Ilara?" For a moment, her fierce facade wavered, and I glimpsed the vulnerability beneath. "Then I would have fought for something greater than myself," she said, and the words struck like lightning. The river roared in agreement, a chaotic symphony that echoed our emotions. It was a trial, a gauntlet laid before us. Each turn of the water mirrored our struggles, the relentless current reflecting the battles waging within our souls. I thought of Cassian, of the way he had laughed in the face of danger, of how that laughter had turned to silence. Would I follow him into oblivion? Would I let the river carry me too, or would I fight against the tide? And then it happened, a flash of movement, a ripple in the water that set my heart racing. "Cassian!" I screamed, the name tearing from my throat as the river seemed to churn in response. Maybe I could save him. Maybe the river was a gateway, a path to redemption, and I was willing to pay the price. "Ilara!" I turned, urgency pulsing through me. "We can't just stand here." My voice broke with desperation, a plea to fight against the inevitable. Together, we stepped toward the edge, hearts pounding, shadows looming, the river's breath growing colder, wrapping around us like a shroud, threatening to pull us under. In that moment, we were no longer just lost souls, we were warriors, each step a testament to our resolve. The river awaited, a force of nature, unforgiving yet enticing. The trials lay before us, and in the depths of our hearts, we understood the journey was just beginning. And the river would determine who we would become. The rippling sound of water, thick and dark, surrounded me like a funeral shroud. I was standing at the edge of a river, one that whispered secrets in a tongue I could not understand, its surface glinting with a sinister red hue under the pallid light of an indifferent moon. I felt the current tugging at my ankles, like the ghosts of those who had drowned in its depths, and I shivered, not from the cold, but from the weight of countless tales steeped in blood. I remember the first time I heard about the blood rivers from old tales spun by my grandmother, her voice quavering like the leaves in the autumn wind. In the East, she would say, the rivers flow like the hearts of warriors, drenched in the sacrifices of the brave. I would lean closer, hungry for the stories of honor, of valor, while my brother, Samir, lingered in the shadows, his heart heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. Samir was always the one to see the darker side, the blood-stained realities of those mythologies that danced just beyond our reach. "They say the rivers cleanse, but what if they don't?" he whispered to me one night as we sat, the fire crackling between us, its warmth failing to thaw the chill in his voice. "What if they only thirst for more?" I brushed off his words, but they lingered, curling like smoke in my mind. And now, standing at the river's edge, I felt the pull of his fears tighten around me. In the East, the rivers were revered, they were symbols of life, of rebirth. But in the West, I knew, the narrative shifted. The river became a boundary, a scar, a reminder of what lay beyond. I was unprepared for the confrontation brewing between these mythologies, the clash of blood-soaked histories that resonated in my very veins. As I peered into the depths, I saw not only the reflections of my own haunted face but the faces of those who had come before me, the fallen, the forgotten. There was Rhea, a warrior whose blood had been spilt for love, her heart still echoing through time. And there was Elias, the poet whose words had turned to ashes when he cast them upon the waters, seeking forgiveness from a world that had never understood him. Each figure flickered to life before me, their stories intertwining with my own, a tapestry of loss and longing. "Why do they call it the river Styx?" Samir once asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Isn't it just a ferry from one side to the other? Just a crossing?" His voice haunted me now, intertwining with the cacophony of whispers. The East revered the river, believed it to be a path to the heavens, while the West saw it as a boundary between worlds, a dark water where the lost souls lingered. The air thickened with this tension, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the clash of these mythologies to erupt. And then, a figure emerged, a woman cloaked in shadows, her eyes gleaming like obsidian. It was Aisha, the guardian of the Blood River, a fabled being shaped by the sorrows of her people. "You tread on sacred ground," she intoned, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves, full of ancient grief. "This river is a mirror reflecting what lies within your soul. What do you seek?" I felt my heart race, a wild drum echoing in my ears. Did I seek truth? Justice? Or was I merely seeking to understand the unbearable weight of my existence? Samir stepped forward, emboldened by something deeper than fear. "We seek to know, why do we bleed?" Aisha regarded him, the weight of centuries hanging in the air like a storm cloud, ready to burst. "The rivers bleed because humanity bleeds," she replied, her words slicing through the tension. "In each myth lies the truth of the human condition, a struggle, a sacrifice. Both East and West tell tales of blood, but they whisper two sides of the same coin." I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the river itself convulsing as if it were alive, reaching for us with fingers of liquid sorrow. But how do we reconcile these tales? I dared to ask, my voice trembling, quaking under the weight of the question. Aisha's gaze pierced through me, unraveling my very essence. "You must choose which river to wade into. The one that flows like the fierce currents of the East, celebrating life through sacrifice, or the one that flows like the remnants of blood-soaked histories in the West, lamenting what has been lost." My chest tightened. I thought of Rhea's love, her fierce heart, and Elias's dreams, burned away by the fire of neglect. I thought of my brother, his voice faltering in darkness, and the river that kept drawing him into its depths. "What if I can't choose?" I whispered, the question clawing at my throat. "Then you are forever adrift," Aisha said, her voice as heavy as a tombstone. "And the rivers will consume you." With that, the air crackled, charged with the energy of 1,000 unshed tears. Samir and I exchanged a glance, a fleeting moment of understanding mingled with terror. The river roared, a voice of unrelenting hunger. The haunting echoes of countless lives swirled around us, pulling us deeper into its mythos, the blood rivers beckoning us to choose. I felt the icy fingers of fate wrap around my heart, squeezing until I gasped for breath, each heartbeat a desperate plea. And just like that, the choice lay before me, a plunge into the unknown, where the currents promised clarity but threatened to drown. As the tension thickened, the river surged, the shadows around us lengthening, darkening, morphing into specters of our own insecurities. The confrontation had only just begun, each moment a drop of blood in the vast ocean of myth, painful yet inevitable, as we stood at the precipice of our stories, waiting for the final plunge. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, the kind that drips and pools, soaking the earth in an unholy baptism. I stood at the edge of the river of blood, its crimson waters swirling like a tempest, a haunting reflection of a world on the brink of annihilation. I could hear it, the pulse of fear, the heartbeat of despair, thrumming beneath the surface. I remember the moment clearly, it was the last memory of innocence before everything spiraled into chaos. The night sky hung low, blackened by smoke and the distant wail of sirens, echoing like death knells through the shattered streets. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. I looked to my left, where Mara, my sister, stood trembling. Her eyes were wide, glassy with terror, reflecting the river's crimson hue. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, nearly lost in the chaos around us. I felt the weight of her words, heavy as iron chains binding us to our fate. I remember when we were children, playing by the river's edge, splashing in the cool waters, unaware of the darkness lurking beneath. But that was before the world broke, before we traded laughter for screams and dreams for nightmares. Now, the river of blood was all that remained, a sinister reminder of our choices, our failures echoing through time. The water surged and writhed, as if alive, hungry for vengeance. In that moment, the river became our prison, an unforgiving witness to our sins. "Do you think it can hear us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, shaking with the weight of the question. I could feel the tremor in my own hands, the way they wanted to draw back, to shield me from what lay ahead. Mara didn't answer, she only stared at the river, her breath shallow, as though she were afraid the air itself would betray her. I had never seen her like this, her usual defiance swallowed by dread. The girl who once dared to challenge the moon now cowered before a river of blood. Then there was Sam, my childhood friend, the boy who had always laughed in the face of danger. But now, he stood a few paces away, fists clenched, his expression a mask of fury and grief. "This is not what we wanted," he shouted, the words ripping from his throat, sharp and raw. "We thought we could change things. We thought we could save them." Anguish poured from him, a tempest of regret spilling over like the very blood that flowed through the river. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but what words could mend a soul fractured by loss, twisted by the weight of the impossible? I closed my eyes, trying to shut out the horrors that surrounded us, the specters of our past looming like shadows, taunting us. I remember the spark, the desperate hope that had ignited our quest. A chance to rewrite history, to turn back the hands of time. But here we were, standing at the precipice of oblivion, our dreams drowned in the very essence of our failures. The river rippled, a mockery of our intentions, whispering secrets only the damned could understand. Mara finally found her voice, trembling yet fierce. "We have to act. We can't let it take everything." Her resolve flickered like a candle in the wind, but it was enough to breathe life into my own flickering spirit. We had walked into the fire, convinced we could extinguish it, but instead, we had stoked the flames. The river churned and roared, an angry beast demanding retribution, and I knew we had to confront it, to face the demons we had unleashed. As we stood at the river's edge, reality twisted like smoke, memories intertwining with visions of what could have been. I felt the pull of time, a whispering echo of moments lost. I remembered the laughter, the warmth of friendship, a tapestry of lives woven together, now fraying at the seams. I recalled the day we first planned our rebellion, fueled by Navit and the intoxicating taste of hope. But that hope had soured, turning to ash in our mouths as the river rose, a tidal wave of consequence crashing over us. "Look!" Sam cried, pointing at the river, his voice breaking through the fog of despair. "It's changing." The water shimmered, shifting from blood red to a deep, inky black, as if it were absorbing our sorrow, feasting on our regrets. It was mesmerizing, horrific, a reminder of all we had lost and all we had sacrificed. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a warning that whispered of a reckoning. We were not merely observers, we were part of this nightmare, entwined in its fabric. "What if it's too late?" I murmured, fear flooding my veins, a chilling recognition that the past is not easily erased. "What if we can't save them?" The night seemed to thicken around us, the shadows deepening, wrapping us in their cold embrace. But deep within me, a flicker of defiance ignited. "No. We can't give up." I stepped closer to the river, the ground trembling beneath me, the air thick with impending doom. Mara grabbed my arm, her grip tight and desperate. "We can't fight the river." But her eyes betrayed her, in the heart of that stormy gaze was a flicker of hope, a stubborn belief that perhaps we could reclaim what was lost. And just as the river roared louder, I felt the power surge within us, an echo of courage rising from the depths of despair. We would not be swallowed whole, we would face the tide, confront the darkness that threatened to consume us. In that moment, I knew we had to dive in, to embrace the chaos, to plunge ourselves into the depths of the river of blood. Reality twisted and turned as we stood on the precipice of our fate. The very air pulsed around us, electric with anticipation, the river beckoning us forward. What awaited us beyond the surface was unknown, but in our hearts, a fierce determination burned. We were more than our fears, we were the spark in the dark, and together, we would rise or fall. And so, we took the plunge into the swirling chaos, leaving behind the echoes of our past, stepping into the abyss. The river enveloped us, a blood-red tide swirling around our limbs, pulling us under, drowning us in our memories, our hopes, our fears. The world above vanished, replaced by a vast silence, a haunting void of possibility. Time slipped away, and we became part of the current, forever entwined in the story of the river of blood. The moon hung low over the valley, a ghostly orb casting a silvery glow on the water that twisted through the landscape like a serpent. It was a river, once a gentle stream that sang lullabies to children, now a crimson streak that glared back at the sky, daring it to intervene. The air was thick with a tension that prickled the skin, making every breath a challenge, every heartbeat a reminder of life mingling with death. I stood on the bank, my heart a drum, pounding with questions that had no answers. They had said this would happen. The whispers danced through the village like wind through the trees. Blood rivers, they called them, born from betrayal, from ancient feuds, and the kind of sins that left stains no amount of scrubbing could wash away. I felt the weight of the stories pressing in, tales of rivers that ran red with the anguish of ghosts, of lost warriors, of lives extinguished too soon. Yet here I was, staring into the depths of this liquid betrayal, my throat dry like the bones of the past. Beside me stood Ilara, her eyes wide with fear, reflecting the terror that gripped my own heart. She was more than just a friend, she was a sister, an anchor in this storm of superstition and flesh. Her grip tightened on my arm, nails digging into my skin as if she could clutch reality itself. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "The elders warned us. This place, it's cursed. Cursed." The word hung between us, heavy and ominous. I remembered the stories, how the waters turned red in places that had known betrayal, in places where blood had been spilled over unfulfilled promises. A river in the heart of an unforgiving land, where shadows lurked and the past clawed at the present. We weren't just witnesses, we were participants in a narrative that demanded reckoning. Then there was Yarrick, the quiet observer, whose own burdens cast him in a somber light. He stood a few paces away, his figure silhouetted against the glowing moon, but his gaze was fixed on the blood-red waters. Yarrick had lost his brother to the tide of violence that marked our village, lost him to the chaos that this river had ushered in. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, the way his jaw set with unspoken fury. "It's not just a river," he muttered, as if speaking to himself. "It's a warning. A warning." I felt the chill creep into my bones, spiraling through me like the icy currents beneath the surface. What was this river trying to tell us? Was it a cry for justice, a plea for acknowledgement of countless lives lost to the swirl of fate? The stories whispered of vengeance, they sang of the restless spirits that haunted the banks, waiting for resolution. And there we stood, three souls caught in a web of folklore and blood, grappling with the implications of our very existence. I remember the night my brother disappeared, Yarrick said, voice cracking like thunder. "We were fishing here, laughing under the stars." I turned for just a moment, and when I looked back, he was gone. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a reflection of deep-seated anguish that seemed to resonate with the very river itself. "They say the water took him. They say it demands a sacrifice." Ilara shivered beside me, and I felt her fear radiate like heat. "Sacrifice," she echoed, her voice faltering. "What if it's true? What if the river wants more than just our memories? What if it wants flesh?" The shadows around us seemed to shift, as if the earth itself was alive, breathing in time with our fears. I turned back to the water, trying to steady the tremor in my gut. Against the ominous backdrop of folklore, the river glistened, its surface marred not just by the reflection of the moon, but by the weight of our decisions, our histories. "We can't let it consume us," I said, but my voice felt small, lost amidst the cacophony of despair that echoed in the night. It was then that a low, haunting sound rippled through the air, a melody both beautiful and terrible, a song drenched in sorrow. My heart raced, thundering like a drum, each beat urging me to flee, to run from the shadows that curled around the riverbanks. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my breath hitching in my throat. "It's calling us." Yarrick's face paled, and Ilara's grip tightened further, as if she could pull me back from the edge of the void. "It's the spirits," Yarrick whispered, his voice barely a breath. "They want us to remember. Or to join them." The air was thick with the weight of the unsaid, the memories that lingered like smoke in the corners of our minds. I could almost see them, swirling just beneath the surface, faces twisted in agony, eyes pleading for recognition. "We can't turn away," I murmured, feeling an unshakable pull, a longing to understand, to acknowledge the past that refused to stay buried. I felt the river's pulse in my veins, a thundering heartbeat that synchronized with my own. The moon cast long shadows, and the river continued to flow, a relentless current that knew neither mercy nor end. As the haunting song rose and fell, the night enveloped us in its embrace. We stood at the precipice, caught between the allure of the unknown and the suffocating weight of fear. What did the river want from us? What would it take to quell the restless spirits, to silence the haunting echoes of sorrow? The question spiraled like the currents, drawing us deeper into the mystery, the urgency palpable in the air. And there, beneath that blood-red moon, we faced an uncertain fate, bound together by the stories that refused to let go. The air was thick with an ancient dread, like the moment just before a storm unleashes its fury. Shadows twisted against the crumbling walls of the old gallery, where the paintings hung like whispers of a forgotten world. I remember standing there, heart pounding, as the crimson rivers flowed across the canvases, alive, pulsing, alive with the weight of every life lost. The artist had captured it all, the visceral essence of humanity laid bare, a tapestry woven with threads of sorrow and glory. Judith, her fingers trembling, clutched a paintbrush like a lifeline. Her eyes mirrored the turmoil inside her, a tempest of rage and longing. I could see it in the way she worked, each stroke of red a catharsis, a plea. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, though I feared the answer. The truth was, she was wrestling demons, shadows of her past that clung to her like cobwebs. Her brother, gone, taken by war. Every inch of her canvas bled his memory, drenching the space in grief. "Because it needs to be said," she replied, voice breaking like fragile glass, eyes aflame with defiance. "We can't hide from the blood." There was something about her conviction that sent shivers down my spine. It was terrifying and beautiful, a reminder that art could cut deeper than any sword, echoing the horrors of history etched into our very bones. Across the room stood Marcus, a skeptic turned believer, arms crossed tightly over his chest. His mind was a fortress, impenetrable, yet I could see the cracks forming, like ancient stone yielding to the elements. Every time Judith dabbed that brush into the deep, dark red, he flinched. "You think this will change anything?" "It's just paint," he scoffed, but I could hear the tremor lacing his words. I felt the tension, thick as smoke, it was palpable, charging the air around us. "Art isn't just paint," Judith fired back, "it's a pulse. It breathes life into forgotten stories, into the rivers of blood that history tries to erase." She swept her arm toward the canvas, where shadows of warriors danced in a macabre ballet, their faces twisted in eternal anguish. Each figure seemed to scream silently against the void, drowning in the very essence of despair. I wanted to scream, too, to shout into that void, to shake Marcus from his stupor. I remember the warmth of the gallery lights, the flickering shadows, and the way the world outside felt far away, as if we were suspended in time, trapped within this crucible of creation. "Look closer," I urged Marcus. "Can't you see? This isn't just a painting. It's a mirror." But he wouldn't budge, rooted in disbelief, a wall against the tide. I could sense his struggle, the gnawing doubt clawing at his insides, battling with a flicker of something deeper. What haunted him? The ghost of a city he once knew, ravaged by war, just like Judith's brother. Memories rippled through him, whispering secrets he dared not voice. The light dimmed as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthening, curling around our feet like the fingers of the past reaching for us. What if it's true? I felt compelled to ask, a desperate plea clawing its way out. What if these rivers of blood are not merely a representation of loss but a reminder of our shared humanity? What if we had to confront it all to move forward? Judith's brush paused mid-air, her eyes widening, the tension in the room shifting. I could see the wheels turning in Marcus's mind, his fortress crumbling brick by brick, each thought a delicate tremor in the fabric of his skepticism. "What if," he muttered, and the words hung there, suspended like a breath held too long. Time stretched. I felt weightless, my heart thrumming in my chest like a war drum. The echoes of ancient battles sang through the air as I stepped closer to Judith's canvas, drawn in by the intensity of her vision. "This isn't just art," I breathed, lost in the depths of red, "it's a reckoning. We can't turn away, can't pretend it doesn't exist." In that moment, as our eyes locked, I saw something shift, a fracture in Marcus's armor. "You're right," he finally admitted, voice low, raw. It's more than paint. It's a storm gathering outside, and we're just the raindrops. Judith's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, but it was tinged with sorrow. We can't escape the blood, she murmured, the weight of her brother's absence pressing heavily upon her shoulders. But we can honor it. We can make art that screams for the voiceless. The gallery filled with an eerie silence, a stillness that enveloped us, wrapping around our hearts like a shroud. I could feel the pulse of the world outside, a city breathing, a history yearning to be told. We were three souls caught in a web of tragedy and hope, teetering on the edge of understanding. Suddenly, the shadows seemed to close in, the flickering light intensifying, revealing faces within the crimson swirls, lost souls beckoning us forward, urging us to confront the horrors of our past. Judith's brush took on a life of its own, dancing across the canvas in a frenzy, each stroke a desperate plea for connection, for recognition of the pain that binds us all. And then, in that moment where time stood still, I realized we were more than mere observers, we were participants in this haunting narrative, our own stories woven into the fabric of the blood rivers. Keep painting, Marcus urged, his voice trembling with emotion, his skepticism fading like mist in the dawn. Don't stop. We need this. Judith nodded, the fire in her soul igniting anew. And as we stood there, breathless, enveloped in the intensity of creation, I felt the air shift once more, charged with the promise of redemption and the weight of history. And somewhere in the distance, the river flowed on, whispering its secrets, waiting for us to listen, to understand, to create. The blood rivers of mythology wound through our lives, and the echoes of the past beckoned us to remember, to confront, to transform. In the depths of the gallery, the shadows danced, and we were caught in a cycle, an eternal flow, where art became the lifeblood of change, a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and our greatest hopes. The confrontation was just beginning, and I could feel the pulse of something divine pulsating through the very walls, promising that our stories would never be forgotten. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding crimson over the horizon as if the sky itself were a canvas for the unspeakable. It was a familiar sight, yet today it felt different, a foreboding omen that sent chills racing down the spine. I stood at the edge of Blood River, the waters dark and swirling, like thickened blood ready to spill over. Here, myths twisted and turned in the currents, whispering secrets to those brave enough to lean in close. I felt the pull, an insatiable hunger for truth, for connection, for the bitterness of human experience. "Did you hear them?" whispered Sarah, her voice trembling, her eyes wide and haunted. She gripped my arm, her nails digging into my flesh like talons. "They say the river speaks at night. It calls out to the lost." I could see shadows dancing in the twilight, flirtatious and cruel. My heart raced, driven by the urgency of her fear. What if the legends were more than mere stories? What if they were warnings, echoes of a past that refused to die? You see, Sarah was a fighter, but her battles were not those fought in the ring of flesh and bone. No, her war was internal, a lifelong struggle against the specters of addiction that had clawed at her soul. She wore her scars like badges of honor, yet they were also chains that bound her to the river's dark history. Each drink she poured down her throat felt like a pact, a desperate attempt to drown the memories that haunted her. "Let's just go home," I said, my voice shaky, but deep down, I knew I was lying. The pull of the river was intoxicating, its seductive darkness calling to something primal within me. I had my demons too, ones that howled in the silence of my own mind. I sought solace in this macabre romance, a twisted yearning to confront the past, to unearth the myths buried beneath layers of time. What were they really? Were they tales of tragedy or redemption? Were they warnings or invitations to dance dangerously near the edge? Home. Sarah laughed, a raw, jagged sound. Home is where the ghosts are, and they know my name. Her breath hitched, and for a moment, the air thickened with the weight of our histories, two souls intertwined in a fragile web of understanding and fear. Around us, the world seemed to hold its breath. As the night deepened, the river glimmered, reflecting the stars, and I remembered the stories, the legends of Blood River. I saw flashes of the past, figures cloaked in shadows, faces twisted in anguish. I remembered the bloodshed, the betrayals, the cries of those who had come before, their fate sealed by the very waters that now lapped hungrily at our feet. Do you think they regret it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The ones who lost everything. What's to regret? Sarah shot back, her gaze fierce. They were warriors. They fought for something bigger than themselves. Or maybe they didn't fight at all. She turned her eyes back to the river, and I could see her mind racing through the stories, the names, lost souls searching for their place in a world that had abandoned them. Then there was Jason, lurking in the shadows, the ever-watchful protector. A man shaped by his own tragedies, he had been the anchor in Sarah's storms. But lately, he felt more like a ghost, slipping through the cracks of our fragile reality. I wondered if he sensed the intensity that crackled in the air, the way the myths of Blood River had clawed their way into his very being, each tale a thread weaving through his life, binding him tighter and tighter until he could barely breathe. "Hey," he called, stepping into the dim light. His voice was a soothing balm, yet his eyes betrayed a tempest of emotion. "We shouldn't be here. The river is hungry tonight." He glanced at me, his expression wavering between concern and something darker. I felt the weight of his words settle over us like a shroud. "But it's so beautiful," I replied, yearning for the thrill of the unknown. "It's alive." "Alive? Or cursed?" he shot back, his frustration boiling just below the surface. I could see the turmoil in his heart, the desire to protect Sarah, to shield her from the darkness that threatened to engulf her, but also the urge to confront the demons that whispered his own name. We stood there, caught in a web of disbelief and yearning, the river a living entity beneath our feet, breathing and pulsing like a heart full of rage and sorrow. The legends of Blood River wrapped around us like cold fingers, tightening their grip, urging us to listen, to understand. In that moment, the air thickened with the weight of unspeakable truths. I remembered all the times I had run from my fears, the way I had buried my pain under layers of laughter and denial. But here, standing on the precipice of history, I felt it rise within, a tide of emotion surging forth, grief for the lives lost, for the choices made, for the echoes of the past that haunted every ripple of the water. "Tell me the stories," I shouted, my voice cutting through the night, raw and desperate. "Tell me what happened here." And then, as if summoned by my plea, the river spoke. The currents twisted violently, churning with the memories of war, of betrayal, of love lost and found. I could hear the cries of the fallen, their voices melding with the rushing water, merging into a symphony of suffering and hope. Sarah gripped my arm tighter, her eyes wide with terror and exhilaration. "You feel it too," she breathed, her voice a fragile thread tethered to the moment. "We're not alone." The shadows danced closer, and Jason stepped between us and the water, a guardian against the tide of memory that threatened to consume. "We need to get out of here," he urged, but I could see the conflict in his eyes, a yearning to confront the past, to wrestle with the shadows that had haunted him for so long. But the river was relentless, its whispers echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. It promised answers, a chance to understand the myths that had shaped our lives, the tales that would continue to ripple through time. I could feel the pull, the undeniable gravity of history, of blood, of everything that had come before. And so we stood there, three souls intertwined, caught in the ebb and flow of a timeless dance. The river flowed on, a veiled reminder of tragedy and beauty, and in that moment, we were all lost and found, haunted and free, echoing the myths of Blood River as they carved their way into the fabric of our lives, forever entwined. The air hung heavy with unspoken words, a breath caught in the throat of time. Shadows danced like restless spirits around the flickering fire, and the rhythmic pulse of drums echoed down to the very marrow of the earth. Meilani sat with her back pressed against the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, the scars of its history etched into her skin. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, as the chants of her ancestors filled the night, a haunting melody that tugged at her soul, pulling her deeper into a chasm of fear and longing. "Tell me the story again," she begged, her voice trembling as the flames cast ghostly figures on the faces of the gathered elders. They were the keepers of the Blood River, the guardians of a mythology thick with blood and bone. The legends wrapped around her heart like a tightening noose as she leaned closer, desperate to grasp the threads of her heritage. "Do you hear the whispers, Meilani?" Old Simon's voice cracked like dry earth, his eyes glistening with a wisdom that felt both infinite and painfully distant. "The river never forgets. It speaks through us, through the tales we weave into the fabric of our lives. Remember, every story carries its weight. In that moment, she felt the weight pressing down on her, an unbearable gravity that threatened to crush her spirit. The blood river flowed like a serpent beneath the moonlight, its surface a mirror that reflected not only the stars but the ghosts of those lost in its depths. Meilani could almost see their faces, twisted in anguish, echoing the cries of her own heart. Across the fire, Kwezi stared into the flames, his expression a battlefield of conflicting emotions. He was a war hero, yet here he was, reduced to a boy beneath the burden of heritage. "I don't want this," he murmured, a confession that hung in the air like a forgotten prayer. "I don't want the stories of bloodshed and loss. All I want is peace." But peace was a distant dream, a flicker swallowed by the darkness of their shared history. "Peace?" Meilani shot back, her voice sharp as glass. "Do you think the river cares for peace? It remembers the screams, Kwezi. It remembers the betrayal. That's the power of the stories." The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing beneath the calm surface. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the world around them faded, the fire, the chants, the ghosts, all that mattered was the truth they could no longer ignore. The truth felt like a blade, cold and unyielding. It sliced through the fabric of their shared existence, laying bare the scars of a past they couldn't escape. Kwezi's jaw tightened, and for a heartbeat, she feared that he would turn away, abandon her to the weight of memory. "I remember my father," he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, "and how he told me the tales by the riverbank. He spoke of warriors and spirits, but he never told me how to carry the burden." His voice broke, and Meilani felt the crack reverberate through her own chest. I remember too," she confessed, her heart racing as memories surged like waves crashing against the shore. "I remember the way he looked at me when he spoke of the river. Like he was afraid I'd drown in it." Tears filled her eyes, blurring the flames into a tapestry of orange and black. "But I can't drown in the past. I have to carry it. We have to carry it together." The fire flickered ominously, casting long shadows that twisted like tendrils of smoke. The elders leaned closer, their faces etched with the lines of countless stories. "You must learn from the river," old Simon urged, his voice gravelly with age. "It is not just blood, it is life. It flows through you, connects you to every soul who has walked these lands." Meilani nodded, her heart quickening. "But how do we honor the past without being consumed by it?" she asked, a plea wrapped in desperation. "How do we tell the story without losing ourselves in the darkness?" Kwezi turned his gaze back to the flames, lost in thought. "Maybe we don't have to carry it alone," he murmured, as if the idea had just sprouted from the ashes. "Maybe the stories can guide us. They can help us find a way to heal." Something shifted in the air, a crackle of electricity that charged the night with possibility. The drums beat louder, pulsating like the heart of the universe itself, urging them to confront the shadows that loomed over their lives. Meilani felt her breath hitch, the raw intensity of the moment slicing through the fog of doubt. "Then we tell the stories," she said, voice steady, the flicker of hope igniting within her. "We tell them all, the glory, the pain, the love that binds us. We bring the past into the light, and we let it shape who we are." Kwezi's eyes shone with an unspoken promise. Together, he affirmed, a vow that echoed through the ages, binding their fates like the river that flowed beneath them. But as the flames crackled and the chants rose in a crescendo, a chill swept through the air, a warning, a reminder that the ghosts of the past would never truly rest. The blood river whispered its secrets, revealing shadows that danced just out of reach, hinting at the darkness that still lingered on the horizon. And in that moment, with the fire illuminating their faces, Meilani felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down upon them, urging them to rise. The role of oral tradition was starkly clear. It was not merely a vessel for memories, but a lifeline, a way to transmute the agony of existence into something powerful, something that could change the course of their destinies. "Tell me the stories," Meilani breathed, "and I will carry them." The words reverberated around the fire, settling into the night like the echoes of the ancestors who had come before them, their voices mingling with the wind, a symphony of truth, loss, and resilience that would transcend time itself. But even as the fire blazed, she could feel the shadows creeping closer, an ominous reminder that the past was never far behind. And as she and Kwezi locked eyes once more, they understood that the confrontation they faced was not merely with their histories, but with the very essence of what it meant to be alive. And so, the stories began to weave their spell, a tapestry of pain and hope that would bind them to the river, and to each other, forever. The air buzzed with a tension that seemed to vibrate off the walls, a reminder that something ancient and fierce lurked beneath the surface, waiting. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, twisting like lost souls, whispering secrets of old. At the center of it all stood Mara, her hands trembling, a lifeline of crimson threading through her fingers, the blood of sacrifice, the blood of betrayal. She could smell the iron tang of fear, the sharp edge of desperation clawing at her throat. I remember the night it happened," she gasped, her heart racing like a war drum. Across the room, Simon shifted on his feet, his eyes darting between Mara and the altar draped in dark cloth. The weight of his past pressed down on him like a shroud, suffocating and inescapable. "You shouldn't have come here," he whispered, voice trembling, torn between loyalty and dread. Memories flooded him, sister's laughter in the fields, the night the shadows swallowed her whole, the blood rivers that stained the earth. It beckoned him now, the memory like a siren's call, urging him closer to the abyss. And then there was Jonah, the skeptic standing apart, arms crossed, body rigid, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of curiosity, a spark of belief hidden beneath layers of cynicism. "This is madness," he spat, but the tremor in his voice was a dead giveaway. The night was thick with the scent of danger, the kind that wrapped around your throat and squeezed until you couldn't breathe. The altar loomed like a monstrous grin, waiting for offerings of flesh and fervor. This was more than a ritual, this was a reckoning. Not just of faith, but of myth, where blood flowed through the veins of gods and the rivers of human suffering intertwined, blurring the line between worship and horror. I remember the whispers of the ancients," Mara choked out, eyes wild, a fragile bridge between worlds, tethered by an invisible thread of urgency. In the stillness, the clock ticked, a quiet reminder that time had a way of unraveling the truth. Jonah's gaze flicked to the shadowed corners, imagining ghosts that might one day release his sister from the clutches of oblivion. What if it's all just stories? Just fables to scare us into submission? But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him, a pestilent worm burrowing deep into his confidence. He thought back to the tales whispered at bedtime, the way they tangled in his mind like a thorny vine. Are the rivers of blood we fear merely reflections of our own folly? Folly. Mara's voice rose, sharp and quivering, as if it might shatter the very fabric of reality. Folly is ignoring the signs, the blood that cries from the ground, the voices that echo in the night. They are not just stories, Jonah. They are warnings. Her breath hitched, and for a fleeting moment, the room was thick with an electric silence, a shared heartbeat thrumming through the air. The ancient gods were listening, waiting, hungry for acknowledgement. Simon felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, haunted by the ghosts of his choices. "We can't keep dancing around this," he implored, stepping closer, voice low and urgent. "If we don't confront them, we'll drown in this mythology that seeped into our bones. It's a living thing." He gestured wildly, as if the shadows themselves might swallow him whole for speaking such blasphemy. A blood river, alive with our fears and our failures. With every word, the tension crackled like lightning, the air thickening with unspoken truths. But what if we're wrong? Jonah's voice was barely a whisper now, a plea for sanity amid the chaos. What if this is just a momentary lapse, a trick of the mind? He felt the weight of their shared memories crashing over him like waves, relentless and unforgiving. The clock chimed, each sound a pulse within him, pushing him closer to the brink. "I remember," Mara's voice broke, raw with emotion, the truth spilling like a torrent. "I remember the stories of old, those who were sacrificed to appease the gods, the rivers that flowed with their blood. They were not mere myths, they were warnings, reminders that the line between divinity and darkness is razor thin." Her eyes shone with fervor, an unquenchable fire, igniting something deep within Simon, urging him to confront his own demons. The altar pulsed with a life of its own, shadows writhing, daring them to step forward. Each flicker of light held the promise of revelation, but also the threat of annihilation. "We must choose," Simon murmured, caught in a web of vulnerability and strength. "Will we become the sacrifices, or will we rise to confront the very thing we fear?" Time lost its meaning in that moment, each heartbeat a drumbeat of impending doom, echoing in the space between them. They were bound by something larger than themselves, caught in a cosmic dance of shadows and light, doubt and faith. The blood rivers ran deeper than the earth itself, entwining their fates in a macabre, beautiful embrace. With trembling hands, Mara stepped forward, the blood still warm in her grasp. "We cannot turn back now." Her voice was steady, resonating with the weight of ages. "We must wade into the river, into the depths of our own fears, to find the truth." And as she spoke, the clock struck again, sending a shiver down Jonah's spine, each note a reminder that the moment of reckoning was upon them, singing the dirge of what was lost and what could still be salvaged. In the flickering darkness, where shadows intertwined like lovers, they stood on the precipice of understanding, teetering between the realms of religion and mythology, aware that blood flowed through both, their destinies now forever entwined with the blood rivers they dared to confront. The air crackles, a thick mist swirling in the pre-dawn chill, heavy with the scent of impending rain and memories long buried. The river, once a lifeline, now stands as a haunting reminder, its waters running as red as the stories that cling to its banks like whispers in the night. I stand there, breath hitching in my throat, heart hammering, as the shadows dance along the surface. They tell tales, these shadows, the kind that seep into your bones and nestle there, refusing to let go. I remember the first time I heard about Blood River. A tattered book, pages yellowed with time, and a voice, my grandmother's, wraps around me like a shroud. "It's not just a river," she said, eyes glinting in the flickering candlelight. "It's a warning." I shiver, the chill creeping deeper as I recall her words, their weight more than the paper they were written on. Her stories, filled with ancient battles and lost souls, echo in my mind, each syllable a heartbeat, a pulse that refuses to fade. Lila stands beside me, her eyes reflecting the same haunted look that has been etched on my face since we got here. She's searching for something, too, maybe closure, or perhaps a truth obscured by time and grief. "Do you think they're still here?" she whispers, her voice barely more than a breath. I know what she means. The myths, the blood-soaked tales of betrayal and revenge, pulse through our veins now, intertwining with our own histories. The river is alive, a living memory, and it calls to them. It calls to us. I remember the night we stumbled upon the old campfire site, the embers still crackling like the spirits that linger there. We laughed nervously, trying to shake off the weight of the stories that pressed down upon us like a stone. "Maybe it's all just folklore," I said, but even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides. Because deep down, I felt it, the sense that the legends held more than just truth, they were woven into the fabric of our existence like blood into water. Then there's Marcus. He arrives late, breathless and frantic, almost as if he's been running from something only he can see. "You won't believe what I found," he gasps, eyes wide and wild. The old journal, it speaks of the river, the blood, the curse. His voice trembles, a whisper threaded with fear and excitement. And in that moment, the air grows thick with anticipation, the very atmosphere shifts around us, charged and electric. Each heartbeat is a countdown, a promise of revelation lying just beneath the surface. The sun hesitates on the horizon, casting long shadows that stretch like the fingers of the past reaching out for us. I remember the stories of those who crossed the river, only to be swallowed by its depths, their cries merging with the current, becoming part of the very law they sought to escape. Did they think they could outrun their fate? Did they believe they could rewrite the myths that had already been inscribed in blood? I can't help but wonder what happened to those souls, if they still linger in the murky waters, waiting for the next unwitting travelers to share their tales. "Do you think we're cursed?" Lila asks, her voice cracking as the question hangs heavy between us. The tension thickens, and I glance at Marcus, who shifts uncomfortably, the weight of our shared past resting squarely on his shoulders. Each of us carries a burden, a history intertwined with the river's legend, and the fear of what that means gnaws at my insides. I want to tell her no, that it's all just superstition, but the truth feels darker, more complicated. I remember the night our town gathered at the riverbank, the flickering flames illuminating faces twisted in fear and desperation. They spoke in hushed tones of the curse, the blood that had once flowed freely in battle, now a haunting reminder of what was lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I felt the weight of their stories wrap around me, binding me to the past, our past. "Why are we here?" Marcus suddenly asks, his voice raw with emotion, slicing through the thick silence that has settled over us. "Why do we keep coming back to this cursed place?" I want to tell him it's for answers, for redemption, but the words taste bitter on my tongue. It feels like we're ghosts, tethered to the myths that refuse to let go, the river's current pulling us deeper, dragging us toward the unknown. The shadows lengthen as the sun sinks lower, and in the distance, the sound of rushing water grows louder, a relentless heartbeat calling us forward. "It's just a river," I murmur, "but I know the truth." It's more than that, it's a mirror reflecting our fears, our heartbreak, our failures. It's where we confront the specters of our past, the echoes of our ancestors swirling in the depths, waiting for us to make a choice. I remember the stories warning of the blood that would spill if we dared to confront what lay beneath the surface. It's a warning that feels more real than any legend. With each step toward the water, the air thickens, heavy with expectation, and I can almost hear the whispers, the cries of the souls lost to the river, begging for recognition, for closure. They are a reminder that our past isn't easily forgotten, it claws at us, demanding to be acknowledged. And then, in that moment of tension, I feel it. The weight of countless generations pressing down upon us, a legacy of blood and sorrow binding us to this place. We are not just seekers of truth, we are part of the myth now, woven into the fabric of Blood River. As we move closer, the river beckons, a siren song that promises revelations but threatens to drown us in the very history we seek to understand. I remember the cries of the lost, echoing in the silence of the night, and I clutch the memories tightly, each one a piece of the puzzle that binds us to this place. The river rages on, and as it pulls us deeper into its embrace, I know we're not just here to witness history, we're here to confront it, to feel its pulse as it thrums through our veins. It's a reckoning, a moment where myths collide with reality, and the line between past and present blurs, leaving only the raw, aching truth of who we are.